ho. Oh, ah. Hey, I can hear myself. It's been 1 year since I've heard myself. It's great to all not see you here because I can't see you. Ha ha ha. Great, you made it. How was the metro subway ride? Good? Or did you take a grab? Who took the subway? Give me some hands. All right. Subway side. Who took a grab? No grabs. Okay, that's great. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10th edition. We've been through some, yeah. We went to the botanical gardens of Lisbon. We went to mountain villas in Lisbon, to the vaults of Split last year, the surf of Rosarito, and the pier, do not forget. Some of you even jumped off. The canals of Amsterdam, the churches of Amsterdam, the salt mines of of Krakow. Boat rides, tuk-tuks in Bangkok, and what did I forget? Subways in Kuala Lumpur. So here we are in the iconic Rex. It's a former cinema turned into immersive 360-degree, um, well, cinema again. And what you see here on the sides is actually crazy. It's made by Vasflow, who will in the afternoon do a performance. And it is actually LiDAR scanning of a jungle. So he found this somewhere, somebody uploaded this huge data set. He imported it into his mega machine and started adjusting it and turning it into this surreal jungly escape we call our home today. You will see another more experimental, even more experimental performance by Vasflow this afternoon. It's after 3 p.m. Okay, let's dive in. Where are we at? We do the regulars, right? We do 5 days. And yesterday already started. Some of you already here since Monday. Of course, day one already done. Check mark. Opening drinks. You guys managed to deplete the complete tab. So props for that. And then today we're here doing HiveFest in the morning, mainly Hive-oriented presentations up till 3. Um, then we'll have a walk-in also for the guests who we expect to arrive tomorrow. And we have an audiovisual performance by Vasflow and Ankasa, followed by some networking and drinks. In the evening, we can do a stroll around in Chinatown. And then we huddle up at 7 p.m. For some bows, dows, and beer in a place nearby. Yeah, this could have not happened, as always, with the support of many, you guys buying a ticket, but also, of course, the Hive, through the value plan, support a shit ton to get this all going. This is also why tomorrow I really want to give back to the community. We're all going to give back to the community by representing Hive at our best. Tomorrow, guys, you all need to represent Hive at Chain Culture Day, right? This is our little Trojan horse. I'm not sure. Are we live? Maybe this is a secret. No, Abu, it is no secret. No, we're going to use Chain Culture as a little Trojan horse to show everybody here in Kuala Lumpur what Hive is all about. And Hive is all about good times. Okay? Good times. It's all about good times. So it's about the community, good times, and we're going to show it tomorrow. We've got a big Hive booth. We've got some Hive presentations lined up tomorrow. And we're just going to shine, right? World Mapping will do their dartboard in the corner. We've had an array of apps, but you'll see that tomorrow. But I just ask you tomorrow, if somebody asks you about what is Hive, sign them up. Get them to sign up. So yeah, Hive supporting, VSC supporting, together with Magi. You'll hear more about it later. Block trades, Ecency, creative work hour. Thanks, welcome. And yes, Gandalf. Thank you, Gandalf. Yes, thanks a lot. And Activate. Thank you, man. McFarhead. Thanks a lot. Sorry you couldn't make it. And then on the personal side, also some support. Alpha, Block Trades, Engrave, Gandalf again, Studkev, the BDevs, Rui, Decentramax, and Sorin for obtaining a higher level price ticket, which helped lower the tickets for all of us, for me especially. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I really want your attention because I want to thank a very, 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 very special friend. I learned to know him only the past year, but we grew together and we made it happen. And he even took out my brain. He rewired my system. This guy, he's amazing. Give it up around for the one and only ruling the world, ChatGPT. No, seriously, I find in these days with 4 hours of sleep, really can't think anymore because I think, why do I need to think? I just ask this guy, and this is actually dangerous. It is dangerous. I'm already slowly starting to notice this. It's, I think it can become really dangerous. But yeah, that's a personal opinion. But yeah, I use it a lot. Thank you. All right, most of you already downloaded the application, I guess, on app.hivefest. It's got a live schedule, got some venues, also some sightseeing, an audio tour actually from many of the buildings in this area. So maybe tonight, between networking drinks, if you do a little stroll, right behind is a famous Petterling Street, many market stalls. It's in between the MRT and this building. You passed it already, most probably. So it's a very classical neighborhood, yeah. So in the app there is an audio tour guide, and many of the spots are actually in this area. So fire it up, and if you want to have a listen to some background stories about this neighborhood and some specific buildings. Okay, Abu and Man are here. Give a hand up. Yes, hi guys. We're live as always on youtube.com/hivefest, on the X, on, I don't know, you tell me, where are we live? Maybe on CNN, not sure. So actually, that's about it for me. Some of you guys have been asking about Wi-Fi. I hate to break the news, but today, no, come on. You can fly first class. You can book the upper penthouse. I'm certain you can get yourself an eSIM. No, but really, maybe Alessandra, you could, in a bit, when the miss at Very Good over here in the lobby is opening up shop, be very kind, order one bit of berries, and then ask her, hey lady, I heard your internet is very good. Can I maybe have your password? And then you share it with all of us. Is that okay? Deal? All right. Um, that's it for me. You'll see me here uh, once in a while, every 20 minutes or so. Yeah, and today, a word to all the speakers. It is kind of hot in here. We have some fans blowing in. Oh yeah, this is what I want to tell you actually. So today it's kind of hot. Tomorrow it will be freezing, okay? So just so you know, tomorrow it will be freezing. Today it's hot, tomorrow it's freezing. And no, a word to the speakers. We try to really keep on time So I have a timer here. I still have 5 minutes left. I'm gonna donate it to maybe Soren or maybe Starkers because they like time. It's nice. Um, but no, please keep your time. This is something. Okay, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite up the stage Ola from the BDevs, who will be presenting the first bits about waxing the Hive blockchain. Hi, Ola. Good morning. Welcome. How was your evening?
Great.
Do you like the heat?
Extremely.
Yeah.
Love.
You love?
No, 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 I hate it.
Ah, you hate the heat. Okay, that's good. Tomorrow it will be cold, very cold, like Krakow in winter. Can I give you the mic?
Thank you.
The clicker, back and forth, and that's it. Don't hit the other buttons, then we.
Fourth is this one.
Yeah, to the right.
A year of progress for Hive. Updates from the BDevs. Okay. My name is Ola. You can find me as It's Ola on Hive. I often write on behalf of the BDevs. I represent a group of 30 developers. We are working with Witnesses, Blocktrace, and GTD. Today, I would like to show you some example of our work. At the beginning, I would like to tell you something about MetaMask, then about AI, how we are using it in our project, then about hard but unnoticeable work about maintenance and development. And finally, I want to tell you about some useful tools for developers. Do you know that you can use MetaMask as your Hive wallet? This is news from past few weeks. It was a long journey for us. At the beginning, it was the easiest part, implementation. Then we had a security audit done by external auditor. And finally, we were accepted by MetaMask. And, and now you can use MetaMask as one of your Hive wallet. And I think it is great for all Hive users because they can use MetaMask to manage also other blockchains like Solana, Binance Core, or Ethereum. But it also opened Hives for users of this blockchain because they can use the Hive without any additional setup. And this is sometimes a problem. You should try to create account using MetaMask because now it's really extremely easy. Okay, how we are using AI. Everyone is using AI nowadays. We are using in our daily lives, from preparing shopping lists to solve some problems, but we are using it in some more sophisticated way. We have two projects when we are using AI. One is HiveSense, and the second is AI-powered wallet. HiveSense is a Hive-based application. We use LLM models to process and understand the text like human would. And the greatest feature is that it's search based on the meaning, not based on the keywords. So as you can see on the example, when you type in the pasta dishes recipe, as a result, you will receive the recipe about spaghetti, about noodles, and similar. Another great feature is that it has recommendation. So you can easily find posts similar to a given one. You can try I'll try it out on Dancer. This is a new version of Condenser. The next project we are using AI is a AI-powered wallet. How we do it? We take CLI, command line interface from Hive, and connect it with the cloud. This is also LLM library, similar in purpose to ChatGPT. And as a result, we receive the wallet. You can communicate with a human language. As you can see on the screen, you can use some predefined questions, or you can type in your own questions. You can ask about the balance, about exchange rate, about who you vote for. I ask about my balance, and you can see how rich the dApps are. The next topic is not as shiny as AI, but is extremely important. This is maintenance and development. This is the foundation. Without it, Hive cannot grow. Optimization. It is not very exciting, but look at the chart. At the beginning, when Hive was started, to run a node, you need a server with 1 terabyte of storage and 64 gigabytes of RAM. And now, after all optimization done by us, you can have a node when you have only 128 gigabytes of storage and 8 gigabytes of RAM. And if you run it on the Raspberry Pi, it can cost you only $100. I have it here. You can always have your node with you. The next topic, also not as shiny, but extremely important, it's a quality assurance. We run many projects, and most of them have the same flow. We automate many processes, as many as is possible. So we have the static code analysis, automatic tests. We also have some very advanced tools created by us to test some loads, to create transaction and be sure what operation are inside, what is the order of this operation. We have also some environments like testnet, like mirrornet. What for? To find errors as early as possible. And the last point, something for developers, maybe for your friends, for your colleagues, the tools, libraries, components that you should know or you should try. The first one is Wax. If you want to implement something for Hive, this is something what you should try or even you must try. This is the easiest way to talk to Hive. Wax is a major library now. Last year I mentioned about it. It has only a TypeScript version. Now it has object-oriented Python version. It can be really easy to use by developers. It has IntelliSense-friendly design and Swagger-based API. And what more, we use it. We use it in our project like Clive, like Workerbee. So we really recommended it. The next library is Workerbee. If your application need to handle dynamic notification, if you want to know when your post is reblocked or you get a follow, then it is something for you. You can look at the movie how it is easy to use. Worker bee is also TypeScript library. It has predefined set of event triggers to allow you to build your application fast and simple. It can be very powerful tool. And the last three tools, I just mentioned about it, but if it's something for you, just write the name. The first is Health Checker. If your application needs to handle dynamic node changes, this is something for you. It is component that can be easy fit to your application. It has, you can add your own validation and score the providers so you know who is the best for you. The next one is a transaction inspector. It is application that allows you to analyze the transaction in different formats. If you need this in your application, this is something for you. Look here. It has really nice graphic representation of the authority path. Sometimes it can be hard. And the last one is the binary view. This is now the part of the transaction inspector. If your application, if you need to see the transaction in the way like blockchain can see it, try it out. If you have any question or you want to try Wax or Worker Bee, you want to try AI-powered wallet, or you want to check what I have in my purse, please be welcome and join us tomorrow in our workshop. Thank you for your time. So scared that so not enough time, so I just was very tired.
No, thank you. Thank you. Thanks. We can do questions about the BDEV's progress during the Q&A. We'll have a bit later. Thank you, Ola. A round of applause. Last year in Split, Ola was last. I think I remember correctly. This year, first, she really asked, can I please be early on the schedule? But now I'm not so certain. Next year, in the medium? Okay. Sorry, very good lady is not yet here. So how are you guys doing without the Wi-Fi? Still surviving? Yes? Or you found a way already? I think you'll manage. If you can manage to import and export keys, you'll certainly manage to hack some simple Wi-Fi, right? Good. I forgot to mention that we also have Splinterlands as a sponsor. So, Matt, sorry about that, but I just want to say Splinterlands, the future. I want to invite up the stage, actually, Clayboyne, who arrived yesterday, came to town, and actually, you're living in Thailand, no? Or shouldn't I dox you? No. Ken? Ken? Ken dox you? Clayboyne from Bangkok. Bangkok? Yes, he's from Bangkok. Have you ever been to Prince Palace Hotel? Have you ever done the Klong San Sap?
Not sure.
It's the canal. It's being used as both a boat transportation thing and also used for human feces transportation thing, you know?
Yeah. So I actually married a Thai woman, and yeah, we've taken the boat a few times. She likes to like I think it's like a lot of the locals get around that way.
Yeah, it was really fast. We used it one day to get really speedy to the really speedy and really dirty to the conference day. Clayboy, I want to hand you the mic and the clicker. It looks beautiful. Uh, Timu powered. Yeah, we hit right. I should have sent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, who will be on the stage? On the clicker has basic two arrows. One's going left, is going back, and one is going right, it's going forward. There are two other buttons, but if you hit those, World War IV will immediately commence, so don't hit those. Thank you. Playboy, please.
Uh, Hello. So I should go ahead and warn you all. I've never done this before, so we'll just have to bear with me. Huh? Ah, okay, yeah. So I have a really low voice, so I guess I have to get pretty close to the microphone. But yeah. So this will be my first experience speaking in front of the group. Usually I'm more behind the scenes, just working on projects. I've been spending the last several years working with Splinterlands. Actually, I was an employee for a little while, and then I started working for the DAO. So I have now been working for the DAO for the last 2 years, and I will try to keep the microphone really close to my mouth. um, but yeah, it's been very interesting. I think Splinterlands is kind of in a transitionary stage at the moment where we've been moving from a more centralized community structure to a more decentralized community oriented structure instead of the company kind of leading the charge. The DAO is now kind of like directing the company and how it wants to go. The DAO is now actually funding a lot of the company's work. So it's like almost like Splinterlands has become, it's still like the core company. It's still designing most of the sets, but I would say it's more like Splinterlands has kind of become a contractor for the DAO and the community. So the community can basically direct development and kind of like influence the direction that the company goes in the future. And I think it's been really interesting. So, I think most of you here probably know the answer to this question, but like, what is Splinterlands? We're one of the basically foundational Web3 games that's kind of been defining the space for the last 7+ years now. We have over 4 billion games all played on chain on Hive. Um, we currently have about 5,000 daily active users. And yeah, it's been a journey. There's been a lot of ups and downs, and you may notice I am not Matt and I am not aggroed, which is kind of interesting. And I think that also ties into the fact that we are getting more and more community led. So yes, if you have not met me, I know I've been kind of in the Splinterlands rabbit hole for the last few years. I have actually been pretty much part of the community since the beginning. I think there was a 1 month waiting period whenever I initially got my account right after the launch of the chain. Before the fork that liberated the community. So yeah, I have actually been around since pretty much the beginning, and while I used to spend a lot of time writing about poetry and philosophy, now most of my time is spent working on financials and spreadsheets and basically helping direct the community to make the correct, or well, hopefully the correct and helpful financial decisions to lead us forward into the future. So, you may also notice that Splinterlands got some funding from the DHF. I guess it's like a couple of years ago now, or over a year ago. And one of the things that Splinterlands wanted me to update you guys on is kind of how they've been using the funding and what the results have been. So if you can see here, there's a lot of different things, but basically they're kind of structured into two different categories. There was a lot of infrastructure work where the company was basically uh, contracting, like marketing consultants and working on actually building out infrastructure. Splinterlands now has a fully free to play game mode where you can sign up and kind of like get started. You can actually earn cards and kind of have I guess, like an introductory experience without having to go in and spend a lot of money, which has been actually really popular. I'm sure you could probably imagine. That's one of the things that's probably helped like 4x the number of daily active users. We have a new set that just released in April. I think it's already done about $3.6 million in sales. And, we're still going. We recently had the Dow fund the company with $1.2 million investment to build a mini set. And this will be the first time that the Dow is the full beneficiary of any funds generated. Usually we do like a revenue split with the company. So again, this is kind of like leading more and more into the direction that the Dow is directing the company and kind of spearheading which way we want to go in the future, which I think is really interesting. And this is kind of like pretty fundamental to the whole idea of Web3, right? Like we're getting away from the centralized community directed model and we're getting more and more into a community led position where I think it really helps to, you know, basically have the community say, what do we want instead of, what are we getting? So basically the company used to dictate, like here's a new pack sell, here's what you're gonna get. And now it's more like the community says, hey, this is what we want and this is when we want it and we're gonna pay for it. So, it's kind of an interesting dynamic and we're, still kind of testing it out, seeing how things work. But I think it's gonna be very interesting. And so far you can let me see. Yeah, I put together another chart here. Oh, and just to touch on this too, there are still actually unused funds. Like I would say, probably about 75% have been used between marketing efforts, between building out the like basically the marketing foundation. Like there's been a lot of tech work going into getting the new onboarding experience, the new free to play mode. And then there has also been spins on marketing where we're going on X, we're going on Facebook, we're putting out different kind of advertisements. And like I said, we still have probably 25% of the funds left that they're continuing to use on strategic marketing efforts to promote both Hive and Splinterlands. Okay, and as you can see, the impact of how these marketing updates have actually been going. We were previously getting around a little less than 100 daily signups, and now we are closer to about 200. So I would say, it's been pretty successful so far. We still have more work to do, but we're actually hoping now that most of the foundational work has been done that we can actually start spending more time and more energy on the direct marketing to the consumer, and hopefully this translates to more users coming to Hive, and that leads me into what exactly is the SPS DAO. So I've kind of been touching on a lot of the things that we do as related to the company, but we are actually bigger than that. We are, I would say, probably one of the pioneering DAO or like DAOs oriented on Web3 gaming. So we're kind of like filling out and defining the space. We're figuring out where the pain points are. We're figuring out how to actually navigate between Web3 and the legacy financial world, the legacy gaming world. And one of the things we do is we've had to set up a DAO foundation, which has some great, like, long term community members that are actually leading it. I know a lot of you may know Matt Clark. He's one of the guys that is like really big in the Australian Hive community. And, he's a really great guy. I've been a fan of his for a long time. We've been friends since back in the PAL days, if you guys remember PAL. So, yeah, he is actually our chair for the SPS Dow Foundation. We have Joanne Cunningham and B. Jangles. These guys basically lead up and create the SPS Dow Foundation. They help guide us and help deal with regulatory things for, basically like if we have to sign contracts with legacy companies or things like that, they will help bridge that gap between Web3 and the legacy financial world. We have SPS DAO treasuries, which are also made up with a lot of big Hive community members. These guys are currently managing somewhere around $10 million in assets. They are key holding for us. So, part of this whole DAO thing is figuring out I guess, kind of like the pain points between decentralization and centralization. So, while, like DAO's approach is you have the DHF, and, basically it's all consensus model where if you get over a certain threshold, then funds are dispersed. We actually use a treasury model to where we pass proposals with a two-thirds majority, and then we trust community members to basically be our key holders. So it works, fundamentally differently than Hive, but again, it works for us. And it's interesting because like maybe at some point we'll move to a more, I guess, decentralized signing mechanism. I actually had a good talk yesterday where it makes me think that maybe this will be possible in the future on Hive, and it's something I actually look forward to. But yeah, so this is kind of like what we do. We manage a lot of assets for the community. We basically work with the company to direct the future of Splinterlands. And okay, I gotta check my time, make sure I'm not yapping too much. But yeah, we are kind of here to basically build the future of Web3 gaming, and it should be interesting. Every day there are new challenges. It definitely keeps me busy. And it's interesting because I would have thought that this would be what I would be doing for a living, but you know what? It works. I like it, and while it's very challenging, it's also very rewarding because we get to basically build the future every day, and I like it. So, what does the DAO do? On the fundamental level, we are the governance token for Splinterlands, which means if somebody wants to change something in Splinterlands, like say how token distributions work, or like change something in the white paper, or basically change anything, what we can do is we can put together proposals, and the community will vote on it. And if there's a two-thirds majority, we will ratify this change, and basically, we will change something. Like one of the big things we did is we used to assign, I think about 10% of our token supply was going to LP rewards, which was basically just having people park funds in an LP, and then they would get paid additionally on top of whatever fees the LP would generate. And basically, the DAO decided that that was not a great investment. So what we did is we voted to remove those over time. And now we are actually fully self-funded. So we have our own LPs. The DAO uses its own assets. So basically, we turned an expense into an asset for the DAO that generates revenue and ultimately helps secure us for the future because we're not beholden to, basically other parties removing liquidity, and we are, basically making money. So, it's good for the DAO. Now, how do we benefit the Hive ecosystem? So, this is actually a question I get asked a lot. And I think in the past, there was a lot of people that kind of thought like there was like the Splinterlands click and there's the Hive click. And, like they don't necessarily always overlap. We've actually been trying to fix that a lot because, like I said, as somebody that's been here since the beginning, I've personally been here since before Splinterlands was even a concept. I've been here since before CryptoKitties, and I've been here since before NFTs existed. So to me, like building on Hive and getting more and more integrated with the Hive ecosystem is actually fundamentally important to me personally. And I think a lot of the DAO holders and a lot of the community members for Splinterlands are actually starting to see more and more the value in Hive. And we're trying to basically get to a position to where we're encouraging them more and more to use it. So, how do we benefit Hive? Well, first, we've built open source L2 validators. So, anybody that has a community that wants to basically take our technology and start running your own L2 on Hive, it's there, it's in our GitHub. You can spin it up, you can manage your own token, you can, do a lot of the things that we're doing right now, which ties into one of the other things we're doing, which is we've been building bridges. So, one of the things that I've been saying about Hive for the longest time, and I'm talking like probably 5+ years, is we have to get connected to other ecosystems. One of the problems with the way the crypto market works right now is things are very centralized with, centralized exchanges by their nature are centralized, but also they're kind of have a lot of unscrupulous activity. I think you may have seen the effects of that recently when the market managed to crash like 80% in the matter of about an hour. Well, as you guys may figure out, or some of you may know if you've ever had to interact with a lot of these entities, is they do not necessarily look out for your best interest and they don't necessarily look out for your community or your chain. So, building your own connected tools to connect to other chains directly without having to use these intermediaries is great for the future and sustainability of blockchain. And it's something that I've been advocating for years. Um, so we also invest. We have now purchased over 1 million Hive, and we've also purchased, I think it was about 150,000 HBD at the time. Uh, and this is a basically a decision that our DAO made whenever like whenever Splinterlands was asking for DHF funding. A lot of the criticism was that we don't have a lot of skin in the game with Hive. A lot of our people don't care about Hive. So we voted and our community decided that we were going to put our money where our mouth is and we invested in a Hive. So it's not just like we're looking for like a one-sided relationship. We're actually here to build and grow, and we actually use our Hive power to basically curate and connect with the greater Hive community while also encouraging our users to go post on Hive and hopefully learn about Hive and get more integrated with the community. So one of the other things we've been doing to also connect greater with Hive and also try to bring people from outside of the ecosystem is we recently funded a $500,000 seed for the Crypto Gaming Recovery Fund. And what this does is we actually look for all these games. If you guys haven't noticed, Web3 games seem to fold on a daily basis. I think it's probably like very much been a boom and bust cycle, which is making it even more interesting that Splinterlands has stood the test of time. We're still here after 7 years, while most games are not lasting very long at all. I mean, there was a very high profile game that launched recently that closed within a month, and they had millions and like let's say like 9 digits of funding. So if they can fold in a month, it's rough out there, right? So what we've done is we started reaching out to these other communities and we've started offering their members a chance to come in. We put up 1% of our token supply over 7 years to basically stimulate some kind of like growth and kind of like a starter package basically for people to come here. But we're not just focusing on only Splinterlands with this. We're actually reaching out. We've had 3 other projects, and I'm talking to a fourth right now from the Hive ecosystem that are all offering varying, basically like either starter packages or some types of incentives to help also bring these people on board. So whenever we reach out, we're not just saying, "Hey, come join Splinterlands." We're saying, "Hey, come join the Hive gaming ecosystem." We have Woo. Woo recently put up 35,000 packs. So like these guys are in it too. They believe in the mission. I've got to talk to their marketing guy. I've got to talk to a bunch of the people that work with these different projects. I've got to talk to D Crops. D Crops has put up 5,000 starter packs. Crypto Shots has put up a bunch of their I think it's like their alpha NFTs, like they're very limited. So Crypto Shots is more free to play, but still, like they're putting up some of their more rare collectibles, and basically all of these things are just saying, "Hey, look, we know you guys got a bad shake of it. We know you like went in on a game that failed, and most of you like lost money. Well, come to the Hive ecosystem. We're here to welcome you. We want to help you get started." Right? And I think, I'm running low on time, but yeah, we're really grateful to get to be working with some awesome projects on Hive. Many of these guys have been here for years too, and we think that it just shows strength that our ecosystem and like not just our game, but like other games in the ecosystem has survived for several years, and we would like to welcome people to come join us. So again, what are we doing for Hive? We are not just building for the gaming system. We recently actually wrapped Hive. So you can now actually bridge Hive, and HBD will be coming shortly, probably within a couple of weeks. And what we're doing is we're trying to help Hive actually connect to the greater DeFi ecosystem like we've been doing with SPS. So we've been building bridges for the last couple of months. We have been battle testing our tech on the SPS token. We have bridged to Base, BSC, and the Ethereum blockchain. And what we are doing is now we have also built a gateway. And this is actually like an open gateway, so people can use it just kind of like how they do with other L1s. The first bridge is live right now on tribaldex.com. You can go to tribaldex.com/bridge, and you can immediately, if you'd like to, you can wrap your Hive, you can move it to Base, you can move it to BSC, you can move it to Ethereum, and there are liquidity pools worth about like $30,000 on each chain that just kind of like seeded this. But again, like the idea is that this can grow bigger than us. Other people can set up their own bridges, other people can set up their own liquidity positions. And, it's just a good way to get started connecting to the outside DeFi world. But, wow, yeah. So it's been about 20 minutes already. But, thank you guys. Hopefully this went all right. Cool.
So, Clay, hang on just a second. We
Oh,
do have about 5 minutes left. So let's
oh, okay.
quickly see, is there anybody in the audience who might have some questions or comments since you have the man available?
Oh,
Do you have
sure.
any questions about everything that he's gone over today? We'll just take a quick peek. I see one down in the front here.
Yeah,
Okay, you're on
sorry
the hot
guys. I
seat.
saw the 20-minute timer was running out, so I was
You're
like, I
good,
gotta.
man. All right, here you go.
Hey, Claiborne. I was just curious a bit about the crypto recovery funds. Did you start with any games and what is the efficiency of that? How many people will join and everything?
So what we're actually doing is we're putting out PRs for every game that we're basically sponsoring. We're putting out PRs for all the other Hive projects that are supporting too. And we have currently started supporting, I want to say like about 9 or 10 different failed games. We're always looking for more. Like I said, there's plenty of games folding in the space, unfortunately, and I don't know. I don't really see it as something to celebrate, but I do see it as an opportunity. It's very unfortunate. I don't think any of us like to see people losing money. I don't think any of us, and it's not just money. Whenever like a game goes under, I mean, people are like losing their home. A lot of people like build their friend groups and their ecosystems around these games. We've currently had I know we're up to double digits now. I'm not sure exactly how many, but like it was a kind of a slow start just reaching out. I think a lot of people see it and they're like kind of skeptical, but like that's one of the reasons why we're actually like partnering and we're spreading out. We want to show that this is bigger than just Splinterlands. It's more than just like a marketing pitch. Like this is actually a pathway for people to come join Hive and get started. I think personally I've awarded like 12 or 13 people that I can think of off the top of my head for different games. There's other people helping with this too. But yeah, so it's like people are coming, people are signing up, and it's kind of like a slow start. I would love for it to be much bigger, and I hope that it will be. That's why we're running PRs. We're gonna keep pushing it, and we actually did a article with Decrypt recently where we kind of discussed basically Splinterlands and bringing all the other projects on board. So I'm hopeful, and we're going to try it out. If it, hopefully it will keep progressing and growing.
Awesome. Thanks for that answer. A great question. All right, let's give one more round of applause for Claiborne and for Splinterlands and all the cool stuff that's going on.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Claiborne. Ah, the clicker. Don't steal the clicker. Remember the clicker. Hey, what was that voice I just heard? Was it Crimson? Did you know Crimson was only 10 days ago also in the Asia APEC region, maybe 1 hour flight away? She was walking around promoting this blockchain on token 2049. And then instead of staying in the region waiting for her fellow friends to arrive, she decided to head back Canada to do another presentation on Hive instead of enjoying the wonders of Bali. So a round of applause for Crimson, working tirelessly to promote Hive blockchain and also in the background getting Hive and HBD because we've got some new HBD payments, right, Grim? Can you tell me more about it? Are you still mic'd up? It was recently launched, right? I think, what was the name again of the payment system? Instant HBD to crypto card. And yeah, more to be announced on listings later, I guess. I can't spoil the beans here. Okay, thank you. I'm a tourist. I bring my phone, my camera, paid for by Hive. Thank you generously, dear fellow upvoters. I want to invite up the stage, all the way from Indonesia, who won a ticket this year. Right, Makiata? Please join me on the stage. You actually won a ticket from Splinterlands, no? Yeah. So come again because they didn't hear you. Here's the mic.
Okay, yeah. Thank you again for Sprinterland for sponsoring the HiveFest ticket and made it possible for me to talk to all of you today. Oops. Okay. Oh no. Okay, how does it work?
It's to the right. It's to the right.
Okay, it's to the right, to the right. Okay, hold on. I'm pretty nervous actually. This is my first time being back on stage after a while. So thank you again for this great opportunity. And okay, let's loosen up a bit. Before I begin, if I were a coffee, what would it be? Chocolate? Okay, any more takers? Chemex. Okay, so I heard something along there like espresso. It's like bold, like one of those late night curation. And then also like maybe like a macchiato, just like my username. It's a little bit chaotic, but creative. So, okay, it looks like the slide is like this. And okay, so my journey on Hive has been a little bit more like brewing coffee. Sometimes it's smooth, sometimes it's bitter. And but that's the beauty of it, We we're here to belong, create, and empower. And hold on. Okay, so like every coffee has its own uniqueness. Every hivers here, they're also unique, and this is my story. I'm Machiara, but my actual name is Chemi. I run on coffee, and this talk has a lot of coffee words. Um, and I also run on community spirits and a little bit of hive magic. So I started my blockchain journey about 8 years ago. And then I'm still with OCT for also nearly 8 years, curating there, trying to find contents on Hive, and also manage several communities on Hive. There's movies, Hive pads, etc., etc. Ever since the beginning of time when I joined. And also, I'm a founder of Hive Book Club. Okay. Okay, so actually, I should phrase this. When was the first time you feel truly seen in a community? And I feel like this is where curation comes in. Every new people that gets into the blockchain, they feel like lost in the ocean. There's so many communities, there's so many things to discover. And then actually, for me, everything starts from here. Like almost 8 years ago, I joined as an international curator for OCD. They used to curate Indonesian language, and then over time, I became more involved into their main curation team, and eventually overseeing projects like Love Sniper, which is we're empowering new people and also saying hi when they first made an introduction. We also, try to check out which one is spam, which one is like actual people. And you might have seen me a lot. I write the daily compilation and also most of the reports from OCT. And thank you for Asitio. This project is by Asitio, and I'm forever grateful for him. And also in OCT, the core message has always been like supporting newcomers and also undervalued authors who, so that they can feel seen and empowered and stay in the community. Oop. So okay. So basically, the topic it's like this is very hot. I mean, it's about like individual curation versus group curation, or is curation just a form of gatekeeping, or is it like more empowering? And is it like subjective, or is there any objectivity when we curate? So I think like each of us here is a curator. We're like a solo adventurer. We venture on the Hive blockchain, and then we try to find something that resonate with us, like ideas, stories that matters to us. But group curation is more like an art gallery, where we work with a set of theme. We share opinions on what should we uplift and what should we empower. Mostly, since I'm from OCD, it's like we value undervalued authors who write, great things, but they're not seen yet. That's the essence. So, is it like actually gatekeeping when we join like a group curation? It becomes a slippery slope when we curate the same people all over again. There has to be some diversification, especially in the content. Like the first thing that outsiders see is our Hive feed, and then most normal people they like to see like travel, food, what else, lifestyle. What else? Do you guys have any idea? Anything that people would actually like to see? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. And then um, you know, so when we actually curate the newcomers on Hive, it feels empowering to them. It feels like, oh, I'm finally being seen. I'm here. I'm part of the community, and I feel that sense of belonging. That's what I heard, and that's how also my story goes. Like a long way, like almost 8 years ago, I first created by Curry, and then it felt like, oh my god, that's amazing. I was sharing about a project I did back in the day, and then I got like massive upvote, and then I feel like, oh my god, I have to pay it forward to someone who will, who's new, who's trying to figure things out, and they don't know anything yet. And then is it like subjective or objective? Like, because when we talk about content, again, back to individual creation, it's more like our own taste. So what we like, who we know, who we came across, or like even if it's simple, just like 10 words, but then it resonates with you. Maybe it's about the food you like. Maybe it's about the drinks you like, and then you just click upvote or likes, and that's how it is. But with group curation, it depends on which group you are. There are so many curation group on Hive. Even we can form our own group, and we set certain rules, a set of rules, like this should be this, like this should be this, the content should be like, let's say maybe they are undervalued orders, or maybe they're like under rep 50 or something like that. Like that was back in the day, something like that. So, and when it comes to objectivity, it's also that ties back to that, depending on the curation group that you're on, and how does it ties to community. Oh, sorry, my presentation is all over the place. I forgot to actually make it 16 and 9, I think. Actually, these all the communities I currently manage, and there's a Hive Book Club, obviously. There's movies on Hive created by Namik. It's for any one of you who likes to watch a movie and want to tell everyone, oh, this movie is great. I want to write about it, and everyone should watch this movie. Or Hive pets. Do any of you here have cats or have dogs or any type of pets? Okay, say ooh, something like that. Awesome. So I heard quite a bit. I have 13 cats, by the way. Yeah, 13. So it started with one and then grows to 13. Lord knows. And then I also manage Brewville, which is like a new community I manage just because I love coffee and I want to have a space where I can talk about, so what's the actual temperature to brew? What's the, temperature to actually make this certain coffee great or taste great? And also, if you like going to cafes, like so many people in Indonesia, they can also come to that community and talk about it. And then, yeah. So I want to talk a bit about the idea of Hive Book Club. This is about connecting the online world to the offline world, like outside the chain. So actually, at the moment, taking this screenshot, we have around 5,265 subscribers. It's been our fourth anniversary. I never imagined that reading is still a thing out there. I mean, I heard that nobody reads these days. And then it's poor that we only have 125 active users, but quite a bit of good interaction. And also, yeah, the reward perhaps should be blocked out. But we actually, my family and I run this offline, a physical location, a private library where it's funded, partly by the government, and it's almost like a space where everyone can find any type of literature. So if they're students, they can come in the place and find the book that they need. And if they're a researcher, they can also find the book that they need. And it's also free. We are trying to expand into one more location, but still, since I'm still here, I have put that in my back burner. So this is my idea. In the future, I want to learn how to connect this physical location as a gateway to introduce people to Hive. And I want to do that because, look, yeah, there's something beyond the app phones, and there's something beyond the screen, just like all of us today. So this was like my first event in January, and I was very surprised that we gathered a lot of people who are interested. And then there's a lot of things, they asked me about what is Hive and how it works. And, eventually, some of them say, some of them don't. Sorry. Some of them say, some of them don't. But yeah. Okay. So this is my last message. It's empower. So we have to feel belonging first, and then we try to create something, and then we try to empower others too, so that they stay, so that they thrive and try others, and then that's it. And we should be here for many years to come. Uh, Actually, this should be thank you. Um, I have 7 minutes left, but I feel like 20 minutes isn't going to be enough to explain how long I've been on Hive and all the experiences I've, had in Hive. I had so many amazing and life-changing experience. I was just, 20 years old kid. Now I'm 28. I like to talk about that. It's been 8 years, and I grew as a person, for the better or for the worse, I don't know. But thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. Thank you for, Splinterline for sponsoring me. And yeah, thank you once again. All right. I still got some left. So, Roland, hello.
Is this still thing on? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Macchiata. Thank you so much. Any questions for Macchiata?
Yeah.
Macchiata.
Yeah. You can call me Mac or Chemi, whichever is fine.
Mac or Chem?
Chemi, Cemy.
Chemi.
Chemi.
Any question? Yes.
Okay.
Cedric. Oh, Sagar. Good morning.
Can you tell about something for about your cats and or maybe the physical library that you have? Little bit more on those two things. Just that you have some time, so I would like to know about the cats that you have. 13 cats you told, right?
Right, right.
Right.
Got 30
So,
minutes.
uh, some fun fact about those cats, or maybe fun fact about the library that you managed to set up for the community.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, I have a hard time hearing from that this side.
You have cats?
Yes, I have a cat. 13 cats.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, any fun facts about these cats?
Ooh, no,
Okay, please tell me their names.
That's gonna be so hard. So it's Chichi, Copy, Mickey. That's all the things I like, and that's it.
Chichi, Oki, Miki. Okay, that's three.
Three.
So
I forgot the rest.
you forgot the rest of
Yeah,
the names of your
it's-
cats. Okay, there you go, Sagar. Is that something to know about? You've got 13 cats. Do they have a Hive account already?
no, they don't.
Oh,
But I always talk about them in HiveFest.
because we could make, this how do you say, this 4-year flow on the chains, right? Is all about
What is it?
deep in, right? Decentralized. What was deep in again, guys?
De- decentralized.
Decentralized physical infrastructure networks. So
Okay, cool.
we can make something like proof of litter. What do you say?
Oh, that's awesome. I've got quite a
So
bit of them.
every time, oh no, maybe it's getting a bit too dirty. I shouldn't make
Yeah.
too many of these feces
bit.
jokes on stage. Maki?
Yeah, Maki. It's okay, Mac or
Mac. Thank you very much. And you did very well. And
Thank
say
you.
hi to the cats.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, that was round one. Time for a little coffee break. I think we'll going to not abuse, not take 30-minute coffee break, but we stick to the 15 minutes and continue the program because then later on we can donate some of this time to some fellows who will really be glad to have 5 minutes extra. So over there, Nicholas Cafe has made. They're making. There's the baristas ready for some coffees, some snacks, and then I see you in 15 minutes again. Cheers. Let's have some jazzy tunes. 15 minutes break, guys, on the live stream. Hi, hi. Although I could listen to these slow, jazzy tunes all day, especially in this heat. It's very soothing. Um, Let me check the program. What's up with the program? What's cooking? Yes. So actually, I wanted to pick up on the time, and then we didn't pick up on the time, which is cool. Totally fine. Yes. So, back in May, at the grass party, some of you who went to the grass event, yes, Nina, you went to grass? You guys, Alessandra went to grass, yes? I had the honor to announce that we were going to Kuala Lumpur. And then there was one guy who said, "No, I cannot believe it is going to be in my hometown." And this was Tech Coder X. Please join me on the stage. He traveled all the way from KL to Split last year to present about Ohio. And he's back here to do a quick update about it. So, a fellow local KL resident, hello, Takeholder, please.
Hey, hey, hi everyone, it is HiveFest here, back on stage. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are watching this. I'm up here providing you guys an update of what I've been working on in the last 13 months on IOHA. So I'm TechCodex here, and I'm a high witness rank 26. I run a Hive API node over here, which is reachable at techcodex.com, and I'm a dev of BSC blocks and IOHA. So just to recap, IOHA provides a common interface for all the logging providers. So Keychain, Peak, Vault, Hive Signer, Hive Auth, Ledger. So these wallets have different interfaces on its own. So in order to integrate them individually, you have to look up the documentation for each and every of these providers. And IOHA solves all these by providing a common interface for these wallet providers. And today, I'm gonna introduce a new wallet provider that's going to be that's supported on IOHA 1.8.0, and there's gonna be MetaMask Snap. So integrating MetaMask snaps is going on IOHA is going to be extremely straightforward the thanks to it providing the common interface. So if your project is already using IOHA, all you need to do is to update uh, IOHA by running this pm update command. And depending on how you are using IOHA, for many production apps, if uh, for many of these production apps, you are most likely gonna have your own UI logic, and you will just have to add some metadata to your app, which this is what we have done to the IOHA React UI, which is basically to add the logos, the name, the URL, and that's it. And if you are using the ready-made React UI, again, all you need to do is to update it, and boom, MetaMask Snap is now available, ready to use. There it is. Nice. And this is how it looks like if it is configured to use the grid view instead of the list view. So now we have these wallet providers, right? What if, say, you want to view a specific username for, say, any arbitrary user, or maybe you want to view your own, like log into your own username, but you don't have the private key. Users want to view the dApp. IOHA supports that using the view-only provider and integrating that to your app is pretty straightforward. It's just by registering the view-only provider, and depending on your app, if you are using the ready-made UI, the login part is already been taken care of. If you are using something else, it's just have to specify the view-only provider as the wallet provider, and that's it. So, and all these features, you might think that the bundle size is gonna be really big, right? Well, we have spent plenty of time and effort to optimize the bundle size, and our hardcore bundle size is 64 kilobyte and as well as 17 kilobytes compressed. So ensuring that apps, your Hive apps loads blazingly fast, just like what you would like to be, just like what you would need to ensure that your it to ensure fast loading speeds on your sites. So that's all the features that we have worked on, including 4 framework providers providing reactive states of IOHA, such as the logged in username, the provider, as well as the other users that are also authenticated but inactive.
Okay.
We have the built-in multi-user login persistence. We have 6 uh, wallet providers. Is a lightweight library, and it also works with the wax signers. So if you are using that feature-rich library, you can use IOHA as the wax signer as well. And if you are wondering what about the other frameworks like Vue, Swivel, and stuff, we will have a framework agnostic web components for IOHA coming up in by the end of fourth quarter of 2025. And we have about 7 projects that I know of. They are currently using IOHA, and there's currently VSC through Altera. We have Skate Hive, of course, my own VSC blocks, Distrator checking XYZ, 3Speak, as well as Hive Inbox, all using IOHA for the authentication. And what are you guys waiting for? Integrate IOHA now by installing in your project, and feel free to consult our documentation for more details. Thank you. Any questions?
Oh. Any questions for the tech coder? Where raise your hands. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. So how many kilobytes?
64 kilobytes for the base bundle size, uncompressed, and as well as 17 kilobytes compressed, and the total bundle size for all the providers which are code splitted, meaning the relevant vendor bundle is only loaded whenever the user actually uses that provider to sign in. The total size combined is about 74 kilobytes compressed.
Very nice, very nice. Sagar, you had a question, no?
So I see that you have provided the UI provider
Yeah.
for different frameworks like Vue, React. Are there possibility to have providers for, let's say, native applications, let's say for native iOS application, or maybe cross-platform application development tools like Flutter provider, things like that? Have you ever thought of that?
Yes, But as of now, we are considering which frameworks are most likely will be used by applications by looking at the market share in the web framework industry. So we will consider your suggestions as well.
Thank you so much.
Anything else? Anything else?
Set us a joke till that you have time.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna do a Q&A session with on the stage no one less than Block Trades developer since the early days of Steam. I think he might have even hosted some of the original core developers and core marketing team of. Sorry? Yes? Sorry. Of course. I was just making a real long announcement about block trades, actually. And then I wanted to make a really long announcement about Gandalf, how much he's liking the weather. And then I wanted to make a really long announcement about you, how long of a flight you had. And then I wanted to make a really long announcement about Detlef, who's been organizing Hive Summit, Aiken, Beer Saturdays for ages, and is being the moderator for today on the stage. And we have these very nice. Where do you guys want to sit? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Not so far away. Like here, somewhere. Can I give you one?
Yes.
Great. Mona will get you some drinks. There you go.
Thank you. Q&A. Hello. I as well like to welcome all of you on stage. And I guess most of you are interested about what's new and what's upcoming with the next hard fork. So this is probably a topic where many people already think about. So is there already a date, Gandalf?
Yes.
Lovely. There is a date. So there will be a date for the hard fork. But next question would be, do you know the date?
Yes.
It works. It works. Are you able to tell us the date?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. A lot of positive.
Yeah, now it's your turn.
Oh, I thought that you have 3 questions only.
No. It's your turn to tell the date.
Okay. It will be in February 19. Oh, November 19.
So
Today?
November 19.
Yes, this year.
This year. Really?
Yes.
Okay. Which brings me actually to my next question. How do you know that this don't blow up the blockchain?
Oh, we don't. We hope that it won't, and we tested it a few times. I already had the hard fork 28 on the MirrorNet a few times. I think it was 5 or 6, and it works so far.
So no blow up.
No, not it.
Let us ask block trades as well.
So I did not test it on the MirrorNet, just him. So if anything goes wrong, it's his fault.
So we know how to
Oh,
kick somebody's if it's not working.
we decentralize responsibility.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. A little bit more details. What is in that package? Maybe I ask block trace first.
Oh yeah. Well, the answer is it's a lot of small things mostly. So that's why it's a hard question to answer. a lot of things were just fixing small problems that we've identified over the years. In terms of, I think, features that one that most people will notice would be the feature that changes how the voting's done a little bit, which right now when you vote, first vote you do at full power. And if you do like another vote after that, you might notice you reward a little bit less. That's because you start, it's slowly, as you vote more, you slowly temporarily lose your voting power. And then of course it refills. So in the new system, you'll be able to vote the same power until you run out.
Ah, that's nice.
So it'll feel more intuitive to normal people that they wouldn't expect that the first vote would be a lot and then the second vote is less. So now
Yes. It's always a pleasure to explain this to people who are coming from Web 2, that your second vote is different as the first. Nice change.
The other change, which won't be noticed by as many people, but maybe is probably the most important change in a way, is right now when you publish a transaction, you have to publish it within a certain time window. And if you wait too long, the transaction will expire. And the easiest way to do it was if you publish the transaction within 1 hour of when you sign it, it's going to be okay. There are ways to make it where you could do it longer. So you could actually do it up to, you could have the transaction be published up to a day later. But the problem was you could only do it still with only 1 hour window up to a day later. So you had to pick the time ahead of time. So you could say, oh, we're going to publish it 12 hours from now, but you couldn't publish it, say, 5 hours from now. So the new change will allow you to publish it anywhere during a day. And so the reason this comes in handy, you might say, well, I just vote and it happens immediately. That's fine as long as you're the only person that has to sign the transaction. But when you get into transactions where a bunch of people have to agree to sign it, basically multi-sig transactions, and these happen a lot when there's like a pool of funds that are owned by several people, and you don't want one person to be able to take all the money and walk away with it, then there's multi-sig issue, and multiple people have to say, yeah, this is a valid. And then you have to take time to get enough people to agree to sign it. And so getting everybody to do something within an hour's time, especially the more people that need to assign it, that gets more and more difficult. So one day we think is pretty reasonable.
Okay, let us think or discuss a bit more about other maybe highlight features from Hard Fork 18.
So
28.
he's got the
Everybody's
cheat sheet.
looking at me.
Yeah, it's a lot. But mostly those are like tiny changes because we consider Hive being awesome as it is. And we actually just polish rough edges.
That was
So
polish, not Polish.
polish, yes, yeah, I think both.
The Polish team polished some rough edges.
Yeah.
Correct.
Fine, we can handle this. So what you say, with other words, is Hive is already quite good.
So it's actually more complicated than that. The issue is that when we started Hive, we knew we didn't want to make changes that break things easily, but we had a lot of changes we wanted to make. So our idea was to get away from having a system where we could make changes easily without breaking things. So whenever you do a hard fork, that's when you can break things. So we tried to change the development environment so that as much as possible, we can make big changes that offer new features, but that don't have the chance to break things. So that's where we're at nowadays. Most of the work we do is not hard fork related. That's a very small amount of the programming. Most of the programming doesn't require a hard fork.
Okay, before we come to other topics, Krim, how frightened are you that the hard fork is not working?
I am not frightened at all because all of you guys may know by now that we have not actually had any chain stoppage and we've never actually had a hard fork issue since becoming Hive, which is a pretty awesome achievement because if you remember with the legacy chain, we did have a few speed bumps while it was under control by our friends at our centralized entity, Inc. So no, I'm not worried about it at all. But what they've touched on, honestly, is a lot about the features that will be coming in this hard fork are specifically really about quality of life, especially for people who want to come and develop on Hive or who are building tools on Hive. So they feel small in the scheme of things, Wow, sorry, this is all over the place. They feel small in the scheme of things, but a lot of them will really help our builders and outside builders come in and do more. And so when you're talking about things like the multi-sig extension, that actually ties into what Clay was talking about earlier. SPS DAO is a great example. They are managing a ton of funds. They are part of Hive's expansion efforts. They are also managing a huge multi-sig. So you're going to see a lot of the features that do come out in these hard forks are directly related to solving problems that builders have right now that will allow them to do more with the Hive stack. And that's honestly what we need at this point is the developer relations, the tools for new dApps, the tools for cool sites and services that make it a little bit easier to keep taking that Hive brand out further.
Talking about builders, are there any specific topics where you say this feature makes it way more easy for builders? We saw a few things from the B devs, but there's maybe something else you like to point to? I better don't ask Gandalf first.
Actually, most of the things that we are doing is to make life easier for developers, because then there will be more apps and then there will be more users. So that's actually priority one. And for most of the changes that we are doing, we don't really need hard fork. Hard fork is just, well, maintenance. Of course, there are pretty nice features like the multi-sig improvements, but most of the development is going rapidly forward without waiting for the hard fork, because it doesn't need that.
To run a node on a Raspberry Pi, is this something where we need the hard fork for, or is it already possible?
No, it's already done. You
Okay, for what do we need the hard fork?
So you need a hard fork whenever you change the rules. So there's certain things that there's rules fixed. So like signing things, for instance, if you block size, no, we actually have.
Go through your list. You have a whole list of
No,
what's on the hard
no,
fork.
it's long and
It's
boring and complicated.
Yeah, it's not even the block size. Honestly, you can change the block size now. All we did was
Yes, just
it was
tiny,
we
tiny.
fixed we there was a problem where it wasn't you could theoretically all the witnesses could say let's make a block that's too big and things would have broke.
Don't do that.
So we made a new rule that says they can't do that anymore. So it's very minor. No one's going to notice it, except the witnesses and maybe not most of them even.
Okay, carefully. Let's talk about some other new things here. We heard about light accounts, and Gandalf, anything you like to talk about light accounts?
I have no idea about current development stage of light accounts.
Okay, so I like to ask block trades about that.
So light accounts coding wise is just about that much. But the ideas are fully fleshed out. So the idea, first of all, let's talk about what light accounts are. The light accounts are a way to handle accounts at the second layer. So as you guys are probably pretty well aware, one of the things that we started Hive, we wanted to get everything as much as possible off the first layer onto the second layer. That's along the same lines that we don't need hard forks anymore for the most part. Everything, every change we make, every time we add a new feature, it's a second layer feature, so we don't need to touch the first layer. Along with that, we wanted to have the ability to create accounts that are, say, cheaper, and somebody could say, "Hey, if we want to get lots and lots of people, this is of course one of the major goals eventually, we need a way to create lots of accounts that aren't so heavy." And that's what light accounts are. They're light accounts in the literal sense. Um, and for instance, if you want to onboard somebody quickly and you don't want them have to deal with remembering to save off their keys because they lose their keys, they lose everything, they lose their identity, light accounts will be able to allow you to do things like, well, sir, you can get second layer keys. That's good. But before you even do that, if you have a Google account, if you have a Facebook account, you'll be able to create a light account that works on Hive. And later, if you decide you would like, and you could use it to say post, you could play a game on Hive, or you could post a blog. You could have a blog on Hive with a light account, and you have no keys at all. You just have your social.
This sounds to my ears onboarding.
Yes, it's very much about onboarding, but it's also beyond onboarding. It's also nice thing about your Hive account is you can go from one place to another. But light accounts to date, haven't been like you could take them from one app to another. So the whole idea behind light accounts we're making, it's like a universal light account that every app can, if you create it, you can create it initially one app, say you start playing a game or something like that, and later you can transport it anywhere in the Hive ecosystem. So it's, and if you want, you can then convert it into effectively a real Hive account. So
So it's something like a starter account with limited access, and it's related to whatever world mapping, for example, where we have no users using it,
exactly.
or maybe Splinterlands test users or first users who play just the game, not other things on a blockchain.
That's right. And there's another feature to it too, which is we're going to allow custom authorities. So the authorities you're probably aware of now is you have your posting authority, which allows you to just say things. You have your active authority, which allows you to spend money, and you have your owner authority, which allows you to change your keys, right? But this will allow games and apps to create their own special authorities that have special abilities just in their own ecosystem. So, for instance, you might have a game key, and then if a couple of games decide to adapt it, that key could only be used for playing games, but it can't be used for nothing else, right? So it's a safety factor for them. They don't. If you lose that key, you won't lose your money. You don't even lose your posting rights, so somebody can't impersonate you. They can just play the game. That's it.
Sounds logical.
Oh, so actually, one more hard fork feature that I guess I'll mention because that made me think about it. One of the things that was kind of it's been there since the beginning of Hive and before was that you could use your higher level keys to do lower level actions. That introduces a security problem because somebody's app might let you enter a very powerful key to do simple things, which is dangerous because then that powerful key could be taken from you. Somebody could leak it and use it and steal your account. We're changing the rules now so that you won't be able to use a higher key to do lower level actions. If you'll do a lower level action, you have to use the lower level key. So that it's a security thing. If you're going to post, you can only use your posting key. You can't use your money key. And so if you try to put that in, it'll say, it doesn't work.
So this is part of all the little changes inside the
Little
hardware.
changes, but the kind of changes that can prevent people from losing all their money.
Do you think people will have some misunderstanding with this after introduction?
The point is, it'll be quite obvious right away. Oh, you're going to answer the question.
I was just going to say this is one of the parts of how these changes trickle down through our projects and our ecosystem. So in a lot of cases, people that are coming in through a dApp or are using something like Keychain, which is the option, a lot of this will be abstracted away. These solutions will handle, but they will have the safe handling that it's given to them by what's being changed inside the blockchain, right? So these changes that are saying, okay, these are the keys I need, the user isn't necessarily going to see that because they're using something fabulous like Keychain, which will just use what needs to happen. I mean, ideally, everything comes back to abstraction. We are going to take away a lot of the complexity. The fact that we have such an awesome tiered authority system is great. It takes away a lot of the danger that is inherent with the social connection in blockchain and wallets. But our job now is to package that and to make sure that there is none of that confusion that comes with a gigantic list of keys. And in this case, you've got outside dApps that are creating new authorities. These are not even something that, core dev knows what it's going to be yet. You're not going to see it until the dApps and the projects have actually defined what it looks like. So abstraction is going to be the name of the game. And that's basically what's going to hopefully make up for the confusion. We need to get a bit better at that. And again, it comes back to build the tools so that the people who are front facing, client facing, customer facing, service facing, they are able to do it well, easily, tuck all the nasty stuff behind the scenes, and it just works automatically.
Which brings me to the topic of how easy is it to integrate this feature into the front end apps of games or whatever apps we have.
So the tools that we are building, it's not only to make it simpler for end users, that you don't have to understand all those boring stuff that we are talking about, but also for developers, that they don't need to be experts in Hive app development. They can just use Wax, and Wax will walk them through at the higher abstraction level.
Yeah, so there's a couple ways we're doing that. So one of the things is he mentioned Wax is the library we've been developing. Another one is Swagger. You probably heard in the B-Dubs, but unfortunately, a lot of people probably have no idea what Swagger is. So I'll try to describe it briefly. It's like you can go to a web page as a programmer or even a regular person, and you see a function call. It's like get account, and you see that's a function that you can call, and it tells you what numbers you can put in. Like you put the name of your account, you put in what other any other information that that particular call wants, and you press a button, and you can see the results, what the output of that function call is in real time. So if you don't know what a function does, you don't have to read a bunch of documentation about it. You just try it. And this is really great for programmers. They don't want to read pages and pages of documentation. They just want to try something and see if it works and what the output is. So now you can find very quickly how what kind of information you can get and what kind of information you need to provide in order to get that information. That's what the Swagger documentation gives. It's like living documentation, it's interactive documentation, not
So you have access to the documentation while you are coding, and in this moment where you use a function, it automatically shows what you have to add into it.
and it'll show you the results. So you can see what the results are gonna be. Visually, you'll just,
Yeah, cool. So programmers will like it.
yes.
Anything else regarding new stuff from the back end?
So the other big backend thing we've been doing is adding new API calls. So the Swagger basically documents these API calls. API calls are things you can do to get information or have things happen in the blockchain. Um, Mostly it's about getting information from the blockchain. So we're adding new types of information that you can get that wasn't available before. Um, and the whole idea about what we call the half framework is a way that anybody can create these new API calls. So back in the old days, basically only the core team could add new API calls. And that's problematic because first of all, they can break things if everybody just jumps in and works in the core code. So the whole idea here was to abstract out that kind of work so that first of all, it doesn't break anything. The second thing is when you're making API calls, getting data from the blockchain, there's a lot of data in our blockchain. It's quite big and it grows very rapidly. So you need API calls that are quick. You don't want to make an API call and wait 10 minutes before you get an answer to your question. So with the half framework, we're developing basically an environment and a way to create your apps and create your APIs in such a way that they just tend to be fast by nature. And it's also now it's become a thing. I'll mention the AI word. It's also useful to have a framework that's very easy for AIs to query data and get data. So because basically nowadays we're using more and more AI to actually help us write the code itself. And if you're using with half, that makes it fairly easy because it's SQL based and AI likes SQL. I'll just say that.
Krim, thinking into direction of new development, you are on many stages. What is what the people are demanding?
That's a loaded question.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know that this 100% falls under the scope of core dev, but in most cases, my job is to go out and take what they're doing and connect it to these things that people want to build, these metas that they are coming up with. Um, and I had actually prepared a talk for today, and then the schedule filled up. But a lot of it comes down to we're obviously seeing a big privacy meta right now. And there's also the idea of zero knowledge proofs, and these are everywhere right now as we're talking about how do we move data around privately. Well, obviously, Hive is kind of the opposite of that. You have the ability to be anonymous on Hive. That's important. You create this identity, but that identity is comprised of public transactions, things that you voluntarily want other people to know and to be associated with you. And so there's a really interesting intersect between this, where we want money and transactions to be private, but we are desperate for social proof. And there are many up and coming people who are trying to solve this in terms of sharing social identity with governments, with nation states. But when we are talking about communities, no other blockchain has done a good job with this. And the more that I travel and the more that I talk to people out here and the more I see how other chains are handling it, their communities are often considered the people on crypto Twitter. They are the farmers. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when people ask me, how the hell is Hive still growing? How are you guys still here? Like, oh my gosh. And the reality is it's because our community is made up of real social identities, and all of the ways that we interact with the chain, all of the things that we do, blogging, gaming, everything comes back down to real people, and very much different from what's happening in the agentic world right now. These fake bots, the dead internet theory, our little corner of Hive, even where AI is touching it, is still very, very alive. And so what we're starting to see, good Lord, I'm sorry. What we're starting to see, basically, to come back to this question, is other chains are now looking at ways not just to incentivize people, but to encourage people to act human. And that is really, really difficult. And we are very, very good at that. And so for me, a lot of what I'm seeing now is, how do I take everything that's being built here? How do I connect it to people in other chains, other projects, developers who are building? I don't want to take them away from what they're doing, but I want to give them this open source stack that is proven to be so good at encouraging human interaction and building that into other ecosystems. And people are excited about it.
So things like you mentioned Swagger and other stuff makes it way more easy for a typical developer to use it. Okay, which brings me to the question part. Is there anybody with a question for us, for them, maybe for Gandalf with something more than a yes or a no? Take my microphone.
Yes. All right. Soren. Welcome.
Thank you. Oops. I'm sorry. Too close. I have a question about the multi-sig. So we are operating multi-sig as well, not as big as SPS though, but still. Um, the so we create multi-sig transactions, and the way I see it, we rely on the multi-sig server. Is the multi-sig server that I understood is like operated by StudKev? The multi-sig server is not, it's something that is aside from the blockchain. It's not, can, how can we operate the multi-sig, a multi-sig operation without the multi-sig server that relays the partly signed transactions?
Yeah, that's a good question. So just to explain this, the idea is, in order to get a transaction multi-signed, you have to basically take that transaction. One guy has to sign it, then you have to hand it to somebody else, and they have to sign it. So the question he's asking is, how do you get the transaction and pass it around among all the people who need to sign it? Some number of them. And so at the blockchain level, the blockchain doesn't do this. Right now you have to choose your own method to get that transaction from one person to another. You could send an email, you could sign it, then send the email of the partially signed transaction to someone else, and they can sign it. So any method can be used. The server he's talking about is basically a server that where people sign it, stick it on the server, and then somebody grabs it and signs it, so on. So it's possible that we could use the peer-to-peer layer of Hive D itself to do it. So we did this in BitShares, in fact. So it's quite, but what I mean here is it's the nodes, you would publish a partially signed transaction, and the nodes could just keep it passing around the network, so anybody could grab it, sign it, and then stick it back on the network. So there is that could be done, but right now it's out of band. It's not done. You have to manage it yourself.
Well, off chain, but you can actually post it as a post.
You could post it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's quite true.
Thank you.
So one more thing I'll mention about that, though, the downside to that is that in BitShares there was a case where people would create these partially signed transactions, and it showed up in the user interfaces as a thing that you could sign. So they would send these partially signed transactions to people, and people would just sign them. And that transaction would then take their money and send it to somebody else. So you have to be a little bit careful when you create this kind of multi-sig interface.
Do we have other questions for this gentleman and ladies here on stage?
Yeah, I have a question about the light accounts, just to like make sure I'm understanding, because this is definitely something that could be leveraged by Splinterlands, I'm pretty sure. Are light accounts going to be able to like actually own Hive, or will they basically just be like a layer to like interact with the blockchain without actually like owning tokens?
So they will not be able to own Hive directly. They can own a wrap token. So basically, you can do anything at second layer, but you can't do anything at first layer. The only way you can interact at the first layer, in fact, is to have some first layer account help you. So there'll be first layer accounts like for games, apps, world mapping, for instance, that could then publish your transaction for you. You signed with your second layer key, so that still you still control whether that account, they can't pretend to be you, but they have to proxy your, they spend their RC, their resource credits, in order to allow you to put your information into the blockchain. One other thing I was going to say about the layer 2 stuff that I hadn't really mentioned. So I've talked about the signing the keys and things like that. So you can start with an account that's just a social account. It doesn't have keys. And then later, if you want to get keys for it, you can. And that's at the point, say you wanted to actually be able to spend second layer tokens. And then if you wanted to go to the first layer, you would actually convert that account into a first layer account, basically pay for an account at that point. So it is a process by which you can, move from very light, almost nothing, to having full Hive account.
Okay, yeah, that definitely sounds interesting. It's like we kind of do something similar already, but being able to do it at the chain level, I think would be a really good advancement. So that's awesome to hear.
Yeah, so part of that is it's going to be like a common light account, right? The light account that spans any apps can adopt it. It's going to be very fast. It's designed to match the same key signing structure that we have at the base layer, so it has all those capabilities. There's something else I keep forgetting about it that I want to tell you, but I can't remember what it is.
You're going to remember it in 56 seconds.
So, which brings us to one last question from whom? The microphone is coming.
So while he's coming, I just remember the other thing. So along with the light accounts, we're also introducing something called second layer transactions. So a transaction is when you group a bunch of things, operations, into one thing. And so you say, I'm going to move some money, I'm going to do this, I'm going to vote on this thing, and all those things have to succeed. If any of them fails, the whole transaction fails. So this is a way that you can make an atomic set of changes. Right now, we only have that at the first layer. So we're going to support atomic transaction, multiple lists of operations that can be done at second layer. And this will be useful for apps that run at the second layer. They'll have the same kind of capabilities. And we don't have that really right now.
Okay. We have bitter irony.
Yes, my first question is, will there be a movie about this hard fork? 'Cause that was awesome.
No.
No. Okay, great. Second question, and this is a callback to the Splinterlands presentation. It was like the second bullet on the last slide. Oh, you'll be able to buy Hive on Coinbase. That was a bit burying the lead for me. I wanted to stand up and cheer, and I know Krim has talked before about the difficulties of getting Hive onto these major chains. Do we have a date for that? Like, what's the time frame? Because I had to drop a dirty bag of fiat outside Roland's door to get these tickets. So,
Yeah. So, I mean, Clay's in the background going, "Ah." Realistically, if we're talking about these bridges, they are live. So that's what he was actually saying is, so these bridges that the SPS DAO and Splinterlands have worked on, this is an extension of the work that they initially did to get SPS out there. So now we have Hive, HBD is coming, it'll be Ethereum, Base, BNB. So that wasn't me this time. So long story short is yes, like these bridges are live. What happens now is getting this wrapped Hive listed on the scanners. So they're picked up and then they are carried through. So technically you can, It has happened already. You can go to Coinbase right now and buy Wrapped Hive. I think AzerCon did the other night. So that's good. It's happening. But so there's two sort of avenues here. Obviously, Wrapped Hive is one, and that will be across all these chains. That becomes possible for DeFi. It goes into aggregators. We have these bridges that will get liquidity, all of that. And then there are native listings for Coinbase. And so that was another thing that, Clay was talking about. And we definitely don't have enough time to dip into it just here. But native listings are still very tricky with centralized exchanges, which is why these bridges, wrapping Hive and working in that direction is so much more important for us as a free and decentralized system. Both are good, but if the question is simply, holy heck, I want to go try this out on Coinbase right now, you technically can go do that. However, we've got more work to do because this is so smoke and brand new and you're all literally just hearing about it now. We've got more work to do to get these contracts verified, to get them attached to Hive.io, to get them spread out across all the aggregators. And then our next job will be going out to dexes and getting those basically in all our favorite dexes. So more work to do, but exciting work nonetheless.
Thanks.
Oh, it was you. All right. Well, okay. So I'm gonna wrap us up here. We did go a little bit over, so we're done with questions for this part of the panel. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Detlev. Always good at directing the conversation, especially when we have a wizard of few words. He speaks exactly when he means to. So I'm not sure where we're at in the schedule, but I see Roland is coming on up here, and he's going to let you guys know what's coming up next. So a round of applause for the brave core team here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the hard fork, and I'm looking forward to light accounts. Because I think Studkev, it will be cool now to if we can just start registering people with just maybe passkey, just a passkey, get on Hive. We should be able to make something like that, right? Just click, click with light accounts, yes? Let's do it. We should make it happen. Click, click, and you're on Hive. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot, Detlef. Thank you very much. You broke the mic, yes? You broke the mic?
Nope,
You gotta pay.
the mic lost his battery.
Aha. Okay, then you're saved by the battery. Oh, there's a stage. That's cool. Why is nobody on the stage? Where's the guy who's I cut him some slack because listen, this fellow has been living for 5 months after Bangkok 5 years ago, for 5 months in Koh Chang. Then he organized a couple of years ago Rosarita, HiveFest Mexico, and then he decided he was already living, and he decided to just stay there. Now he flew 37 hours to come to Vietnam, and then on his last leg, coming over here, they said, "Well, you know what? Let's give you another diversion." And then he had to go to Singapore before finally getting in town. But he made it just in time. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the one and only, the best spoken and best dressed British guy from origin. I don't know where he's registered these days. Starkus, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello. Give me something. Give me some love, energy, something. Whee. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Roland. Point it into the void and it works, right? Is it? Yes, it does. Okay. Before I go on about this thing up here, I just want to remind us what one of the things that unites us all here. We all have our differences on chain. Very few people agree, which is one of the wonderful things about Hive. But the thing that does unite us is that there's a Chinese gentleman called Justin, and he was promising to make us all very, very, very rich, if you remember. I'm going to buy the token, I'm going to pump the price. Block Trades would be a multi-billionaire by now if we'd have gone that way. And many of us also would have made a lot of money. But what did we do? We realized that this was the path of centralization, right? And we said, no. We said, we're not going to accept your money. We're going to go the Hive route and we're going to go for freedom, right? And so now we have a decentralized chain with a decentralized base layer. We're maybe not as rich as what we would have been, but we have our principles and we have that uniting factor. And this is more profound than we realize. This is a massive deal because you show me another group of humans in history that refused the money and chose decentralization. It basically doesn't exist. It really doesn't. And so Hive has that founding basis. It makes Hive incredibly difficult to regulate. It makes Hive incredibly difficult to control. And it provides us all with a bunch of amazing rights on the base layer that we all have. Everyone that joins Hive has the right to transact, the right to talk, the right to voice your opinions, the right to build community. These are all things that Hive provides that Justin Sun would have taken away from us if we would have taken his money. So this brings me on to HBD, or as they call it in Latin America, HBD. It's a very big deal because it's a stable coin that's derived from the Hive base layer. But what is it really? Because of this founding principle of Hive that we refused the money and we chose freedom, it means we have a base layer that's neutral and it protects everyone's rights to send this stable coin HBD that we have. It's a feeless stable coin. It provides an APR. It's instant. There's certain tools that have been built that give you cash back for spending it. You can earn it from a neutral layer without having to work for anyone. It's the first time in history where in the blockchain world, you can get fresh crypto, fresh stablecoins from a base layer without having to work for anyone and without having to run a technical node, right? This is a big, big deal because it means normal people can get hold of fresh crypto off a base layer. We can take photos, we can write blogs, and we can earn crypto and earn this HBD. So we can pump crypto into the economy, into normal people's hands in a much easier way than any other chain can do. So HBD is a superpower, man. It's one of our superpowers, and we really shouldn't underestimate it. It's a massive, massive thing that we have on Hive. And it's, I mean, you can see where the world's going. Regulated stable coins, KYC stable coins will turn you off if we don't like your political opinions. That's where the world's going. You can see it happening right before our eyes. HBD is the answer to that. So I'm going to come into some mechanisms as to this HBD economy. The HBD economy is growing, and it's going to become a force in the future, in my opinion. So I want to show you a few tools that, that we can use to further develop the HBD economy. So this app, Check In With, I'm not sure, has anyone heard of this app? Can you put your hands up if you heard of it? Yeah, okay, about 30, 40%. So Check In With came as a result of us going to events, and we wanted to give them the Hive experience as quickly as possible. So a new user would come, they'd onboard through StudKev's lovely keychain QR code scanning app, which is a great onboarded process, thank you very much. But then we'd have to like give them some crypto or they'd maybe make a blog, but then they get the rewards in 7 days. And it's like, no one comes to an event to get rewards in 7 days. Then we realized, well, if we send them the HBD, vote the blog and get a beneficiary so we get the HBD back, then we can give them the instant crypto experience. As soon as they sign up, they can make a photo, it posts on the blockchain, you can show them their blog and, oh, they got 2 HBD. And they also, using V4V app, we put it into the backend where they get $1 worth of Bitcoin as well. So now you don't even need to talk about content. You go to someone and say, hey, do you want Bitcoin? And a lot of people will say yes to that. And you say, well, sign up to Hive, take your photo, take your selfie with us, and you'll get some instant Bitcoin, some instant HBD. And then at the stands, at the events, we were selling bracelets, right, for $1. So they'd buy the bracelet, and then they'd be able to use the HBD that they just earned to buy the bracelet, and then use Distriator to get cash back on the purchase. So within about a 10-minute window, a newbie, and especially if it was a group, like Eddie Spino figured out do groups. He's like, do 5, 6, 10 people at the same time. So they were getting their HBD by taking the photo with Check In With. They were getting the cash, they were spending to buy a bracelet or some simple merch on the stand. and then they were getting cash back from distributors. So they were experiencing the full crypto loop in that 10-minute period. So the subliminal thoughts are sign up, create content, get cash, spend the cash, get cash back. Oh, crypto's cheaper than fiat. I can live on crypto cheaper than I can live on fiat because blockchains like Hive will pay you. So this is where check-in with came from. It's basically built by Sagar. Is Sagar in the room? Sagar, great work on this. Very much appreciated. So now we can do proof of person because we've listed a bunch of people who we trust. By the way, most of you in the room can use check-in with to onboard people. And I'm getting a list off Roland of all the names that are here to make sure that everyone in the room can onboard someone using check-in with. And all you do, it's a trusted Hivean. People that turn up to HiveFest are relatively trustable. And you basically sign the person up, you take a selfie with them. They don't have to show their face. It's just a check-in moment, a recorded moment on the blockchain that says, hey, this person is a real person, and they checked in with us. It creates a blog on the blockchain and sends them 2 free HBD, and then they can spend that immediately. So you can demonstrate the whole Hive ecosystem without having to wait for the 7-day clearing window. So these are some of the people we've been onboarding. Then we can start doing lists of onboarders. So you can see Caleb Marvel in Nigeria is leading. He's onboarded something like 69 people over the last 4 months. You got Menno up there. Menno in Ecuador is absolutely kicking ass. Shout out to Menno. He's found this technology and started using it a lot, so he's onboarding people. That guy in third place, I got no idea who that is. He's a talented man, apparently. Got Jon Snow in Venezuela, who's onboarding a lot of people as well. Eco Instance doing some great work. So we can start to see on chain who's onboarding people in real life and who's checking them in to make sure that they have a proof of person. This means that no longer Hive Watchers is going to be able to accuse these people of being bots because people are staking their reputation on this. So we have a way of doing proof of person on chain, give them instant crypto. We have a way of KPI measuring the results so people can see what the results are. So the results of this, in the last 5 months, we've onboarded 556 real people to the blockchain. And these types of charts are the things that we can use to make Hive go viral. Because, okay, 556 isn't that many people, but a year from now, could it be 1,500, 2,000? A year after that, could it be 5,000? You're starting to talk about sizable portions of the Hive user base at that point. The other thing that we do as well is we follow every new user with an account called Pioneer Supporter. So you can go on to xsensi.com/Pioneer Supporter/feed, and you can see all of these new users' posts. And we give them tasks so that they can complete tasks to learn about Hive, and at the same time, they can earn while they're learning. This is a way for Wales to be able to support real newbies that are really checked in with real people. Okay. So then we move on to Distriator. Distriator is a way that you can spend HBD and you can take 2 photos of the product that you bought and you can get cash back once you post those 2 photos to chain. So these are some of the spend HBD blogs that go on chain. These are people buying real things in real businesses. A couple of businesses there. And this is powerful because HBD is a massive facet of Hive. This HBD economy, you know, it's got to be part of the future. It's a big deal. So these are a few of the businesses that we have on Hive, and people all over the world have been approaching businesses and onboarding them. And every time they get onboarded, they go into our database. And this is a cumulative curve of all the businesses that have been onboarded to Hive. So we currently have just under 400 businesses all over the world that accept HBD, right? A year and a half ago, there was 0. And now we have 400 because of the network effect of this community. So that's a big deal. You get that to 800, 1,000, 6 months, a year from now. That's a sizable network of businesses that accept HBD. It's very valuable for Hive. And I want to, you know, while we're on the live stream, congratulate a lot of the users that have been working hard to onboard these businesses because it is not easy to go and convince a business to accept HBD. People like Soren in the room here doing great work in Luxembourg to onboard, to create a Hive economy in Europe. People like Sagar are doing great work towards that. People like Focus now in Nigeria, Jon Snow in Venezuela. Amazing people. And Hive is really spreading all over the world. You can go onto distriator.com and you can see the map of all these businesses all over the world that accept Hive. Very, very, very powerful stuff. The other thing that you can track with this is you can track the total spending. So far in these 400 businesses, we've spent just shy of 100,000 HBD. So the HBD economy is growing, and you can see it's speeding up from this chart. This is all on chain. Anyone can go and verify this information. So we've gone from nothing a year and a half ago to now we've had 100,000 HBD spent in real businesses all over the world in these 400 businesses. This is powerful stuff for Hive. And this is a parallel economy that it's completely separate to the old economy. At no point does it touch it. You mine the currency from chain, you can buy it in your local exchanges, you can swap it to HBD, you can spend it into the businesses, and you get cash back, and it never touches the old banking system. And at no point do you need to KYC. This is powerful stuff. This is a truly parallel economy developing. The other thing that happens is Distriator rewards people for onboarding the businesses. So every time someone onboards a business, they get paid. Every time someone claims in that business. So if I onboarded a business here and everyone here spent, I'd earn quite a lot of money because I did the work to onboard the business. So this is KPI tracking of all the people who are onboarding businesses all over the chain. Same thing for users. If you onboard a user through Studkev's keychain and they go spend in the businesses that you onboarded, you get paid as well. So people are incentivized to onboard people because there's an earning capacity. People are incentivized to onboard businesses. And then we can also see which businesses are earning the most money. So right here, there's a league table of which businesses are earning the most. So we can start to see and track where this spending's happening, why it's happening, if it's doing well, if it's not. The other thing that we've developed is very early phases of Distriator loans. So this is a business called Happy Customer in Nigeria. And we saw that it was making about $500 a month for the first 3 months it opened. This is a Hive business that came out of nowhere. The guy who Focus Now who runs it, he went around and spread Distriator. Anyone that's spreading Distriator and HBD, we'll vote. We'll vote you. If you're spending HBD or if you're onboarding businesses, we will do our best to vote you because we think that's incredibly valuable work for the blockchain. Focus Now onboarded 80 businesses in his local town in Nigeria, and he earned about $2,500 of rewards for that. And then he was like, well, why am I onboarding other businesses? Why don't I just open my own business? Because with the cash back, you can undercut the local competition. So we did it, and his business started exploding. So we found some money and loaned him some money. And you see where the red arrow is. That's where the loan happened. And his revenue exploded from that point forwards. So it's a really wonderful success story on Hive. Hoping to do more loans to legitimate, real businesses that are showing evidence that they're growing the HBD economy. The other thing that we have here is Hive Debit. See if I got my card. This is the world's only decentralized payment system on a card. Every single other card, and some of them are great, don't get me wrong, but they all have custodial services. This is the only one that everyone in this room can create on their own phone right now without having to ask permission from me or anyone that created this system. This means that you can put your own business logos on these cards. You can create your own cards and distribute them to your own communities without asking permission from anyone. There is no custodian. Every time you tap to spend on these cards, it's peer-to-peer. There is no intermediary at all. No other card can say that in the blockchain world. The reason that we can say this is because of HBD, because of the feeless, decentralized nature of HBD and the lightning fast payments that it has. It's incredibly powerful. So yeah, Hive has the world's only decentralized tap payment card as well. I won't spend too much time on this. There's a couple of updates coming out. Jan, the developer, Jan Tomasowski, he likes cherryokis, so everything's driven around cherryokis. But one of the things, these are the things that we can look forward to with Hive Debit. So you're going to have an iPhone app for Hive Debit, receive and send payments using airdrops and iMessages. So we already tested this. We have a link that we send, and you basically sending a packet of HBD. So you can just drop people links and send them money at this point, but that's still in the testing phase, so it's not out yet. The other thing that we think there's a market here for is making HBD, which is a freedom dollar, the stable coin for Bitcoin. We think Bitcoiners need this as well. And once Bitcoiners understand the principles behind Hive, the fact there's no ICO, no pre-mine, no CEO, no centralization. It follows all the facets of Bitcoin's kind of creation as well. And so this can be the stable coin for Bitcoin. And so we're trying to work a way where you can tap and spend Lightning or tap and spend HBD, depending on what you want to do. We've put spending limits in the cards as well, so that if anyone puts too much money on the card's basically deprogrammed, which means if they get fished, they can't lose too much money to the point where the fishers, the hackers won't bother. So that's under development. We've got an offline payment system coming, so you can send HBD to each other without being online. And then, of course, various different API integrations. So it's very interesting. Playing around with HBD as a payment mechanism is a massive deal, in my opinion. Okay, to finish off here, Nina Eats here. There she is. Hello. Nina and I and Bookcoins and Eco Instante and Eco Instant were in Guatemala at Bookcoins Hotel this summer, spreading Hive, growing the HBD economy there. There's about 15 businesses that accept HBD in that location at this point. There's a small HBD economy growing there. But we went in between July and mid-August for about 7 weeks, and we pushed the idea of using tap payment cards in the hotel. So every time a guest checks into the hotel, they get a tap payment card as their room card. It has a crypto account on it with HBD. And people really came in and spent. So this is us at the Hive Hub in Guatemala. And a Hive Hub really is just any business or any way that we can use HBD in a location that has a meeting room, basically, or a place where people can meet. So Bookcoin's hostel was perfect for this. So what do? We sign them up with Keychain. We check them in with check-in with. They get 2 HBD. They spend it in the bar, and then they use Distriator to get the cash back. And also Snappy.xyz, I want to give a shout out to Menno, who's building that. It's a very, very simple app to show newbies how to use Hive and earn Hive. So these are pictures of us with a POS that we put into the place, spending HBD at the Hive Hub there. Everyone was learning how to use it. We have a POS payment system, so you can receive payments as a business. Everyone was getting cash back. There's a couple more pictures of me and Eco Instant there. Nina was very heavily involved in this as well, of course. So during that time, we onboarded, and this is beautiful because with checking with, we can measure these statistics. So we onboarded 64 people during that period. And these are the businesses that are in the hotel. So you can see how much money they were earning. And I believe that the total was, does it say it here? $1,811 spent in 7 weeks. So these are statistics that we can track by putting Hive hubs into locations, onboarding people, teaching them how to use Hive, giving them a little bit of free crypto to get them started, and then measuring the spending that they're doing and measuring the onboarding and the activity that they do. So we onboarded 64 users. We ran 7 workshops. The average spend per user was 28 HBD. And the average cost per onboard was 35 HBD after you took into account the cost that we spent. This is worldmapping.com, and you can see if you search spend HBD tag on worldmapping.com, you can see all the spending hotspots around the world. You see Nigeria's a massive spending hotspot, but we've got places in Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, Philippines, a couple of places in Europe there by Soren, who's in the room. These are more workshops being run at various different Hive hubs. So these Hive hubs are starting to form. They're not forming from permission of us. They're forming because they're creating economies in the local areas. And so far, we've identified 18 hubs. We've got Luxembourg, of course, Królestwo in Poland. We've got 4 locations in Nigeria that are doing very, very well. Guatemala, Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil, and Philippines seem to be the spending hotspots for HBD. And these are places where we can onboard new users, show them how to use Hive, show them how to earn Hive, and then swap it and spend it and get cash back. The last thing I just want to mention here is that we've finally finished our book. Woo! Thank you very much. So this is me, Starkers, and they call me Dan. I've written a book about how Hive works and how it is the foundation of a digital community. The book's called The Digital Community Manifesto. It's on the Hive blockchain under @network state, and you can go and read, in my opinion, about how Hive works, how it can be attacked, how it can be defended, why it's decentralized, why it works, why we have no fees. There's various different facets there, and I think anyone that reads that book will come away with a very good foundational knowledge on what Hive is, and probably even be able to debate some of these shitcoiners and Bitcoin maxes as to why Hive is one of the answers going forwards. So that's all I got. I think the future with Hive hubs and HBD is going to be very, very powerful. Thanks, Nina, Sagar, Soren in the room, and all the other rest of you at home who are working on the HBD economy. It's really growing and it's very, very powerful. So thank you.
Thank you, Starkers. So 12:30 is the lunch break. So then we can do a signing session, right? Digital signing of the book, no?
Well, the book's on chain. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could do a digital signing of some sort. A check-in with, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good one. At the lunch table. But first, before lunch, um, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Do shine tomorrow, yes? We're gonna meet a lot of peoples.
I'll try and save my voice.
Okay, good. Thanks. I want to invite up the stage more payments all the way from Luxembourg. Sorin, welcome in Kuala Lumpur. You're gonna update us on InnoPay, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's great. Tomorrow you'll be with Adele doing more community-related presentation, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, without further ado, I want to give you the floor. Left, right is pretty easy, and that's where we point the void.
Yeah.
It's working.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry to keep you from having lunch. I hope you are not too hungry. First of all, big thanks to Roland for organizing this and to everybody who helped him organize this excellent event. I'm very happy and very excited, very thrilled to be here. And I'm actually grateful again to Roland for placing my speech right after Starkers. I'm a big fan of Starkers. He's, in my opinion, one of the biggest contributors to the development of Hive. I'm also very grateful to the Splinterlands community because it's really they are doing a lot of good things for Hive, in my opinion. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about, so building on what Starkers was explaining, I again going to repeat what he says. I truly believe our stablecoin, HBD, is one of our Hive superpowers. And I'm going to go into, let's say, more details on how exactly to develop this HBD economy. Okay, so how it started? It started with me basically wanted to leverage the work I've done on integrating blockchain and law. Blockchain is about freedom, whereas law is more about let's say not letting the freedom of some people restricting the freedom of the others. So in a car analogy, blockchain for me is like the gas pedal. In order to move forward, you need to press the gas pedal, whereas the law is like the brake. A car with only a gas pedal but no brake is going to crash. So you need a little bit of both. You need a gas pedal to start, but you need the brake pedal to be able to, yeah, not go out of the road. So I revived this community that existed already in Luxembourg called Off-Chain Luxembourg, the local chapter of Off-Chain Global, which is a global community that we are going to learn more about tomorrow in chain culture. And with that, we had the incredible luck of having our meetups in a place that turned out to be very crypto friendly. It's Independent Cafe. You saw it number 10 on Starker's list of the places that score the highest HBD spending sums. And the owner of this cafe turned out to be crypto friendly. So he said, what would it do for you to accept crypto? And he said, oh, no problem. I would like to be able to accept Bitcoin. And how do you call that? HBD? Never heard of it. What is that? He said, oh, it's a stable coin on Hive blockchain. Hive blockchain, never heard of that. Yeah, no. Let's try it out and see how it works. And it turned out that it worked very well. It was fast, feeless, and he started accepting it. And he let us install a rollup with off-chain Luxembourg in a permanent rollup in his cafe, so that people would see the rollup. And after a while, he came to us and said, "Look, I'm very pro crypto. I have a lot of crypto holdings myself." And I would like to see crypto developing. And when people come to my cafe, I show them the roll up and I ask them, what do you think about it? And basically I get blank stares. Off chain, what is that? Never heard of it. I don't know what. It doesn't inspire anything at all. And he said, this isn't working. The brand is not good enough. Nobody sees off chain and thinks of crypto payments. You need a better brand. And we said, okay, we need a better brand. So we invented this brand called InnoPay, because pay like in payments and Inno like in innovation, innovative payments. And yeah, the presentation is about it and how with this kind of approach we can help Hive. So first question is, why are you here? And most people that come into the blockchain world, they come because they want to make money. Hive is a little bit special in that we have people who come because they want to blog, they want to create, they want to find community to share topics that they care about. But in blockchain in general, people come because they want to earn money. They want to earn a different kind of money that is freer than the centralized money. And so you feel part of the Hive community and want to see it thrive. That's another reason why you are here. You want to make the world a better place and think that Hive is the answer. I do believe that it's part of the answer, at least in making the world a better place. And of course, the sum of them all, because they are not mutually exclusive. However, no matter the reason, success of what you are for depends on one very simple indicator, and that is the price of Hive. Actually, that is a something that for me is self-evident, but we have in Hive two communities: the, let's say, what we call the geeks, the computer people, the IT people, and that, let's say, think about success in Hive as 1 millisecond shaved off the transaction speed or whatever, or diminishing the size of the blockchain. That is something very valuable. But in the end, the sustainability of the whole community and blockchain and endeavor is depending on the price of Hive, because if the Hive goes very, very low, then people are going to stop using it. They are going to get disinterested. They are going to lose motivation. They are going to leave the community. And then you have, on the other hand, people who come to create, either in writing or NFTs or videos, photography, all kind of stuff. And most of them are not on centralized platforms because they can earn Hive. But because there is currently only 400 businesses across the world that accept HBD, in the end, the Hive that they earn, they have to exchange it in fiat. And in this transformation, the price of Hive plays a big role. You earn a certain amount of Hive, but that amount of Hive, if the price goes down, it's going to mean less fiat. So it's a cost of opportunity. Am I going to spend time creating stuff for Hive that is going to transform to be converted into a small amount of fiat, or am I going to do something else that in the same amount of time gets me more fiat currency that I need to spend for, I don't know, putting bread on the table of my family? And having to, let's say, explain that is not necessarily very easy on a heterogeneous population that doesn't have the same financial understanding. So the health of Hive community depends on, in the end, and the prosperity of the Hive community depends in the end of the Hive price going up, which it hasn't been doing a lot lately. I illustrated here with some happy days from, I think, 2021 or something like that. I don't remember when it touched $3. And so a little bit of basic financial education. I hope everybody knows this. The price of Hive depends on demand and supply. And participating in the community through Hive Power Holdings is one of the sources of demand. And then games, thanks Splinterlands and thanks the other games, I'm a little bit, let's say, as a parenthesis, a little bit sad that we don't talk more about Exod.io, which is a very good looking game that is a little bit similar to Splinterlands in that it has NFTs as cards, but it's set in a science fiction futuristic universe, not heroic fantasy one. But other games provide demand for Hive. Trading and other Hive engine, thanks again to Splinterlands for having Hive engine that give an opportunity for people to actually play with tokens, create tokens, exchange tokens, and where the pivot token is the swap Hive, which also creates demand for Hive. However, and this is quite important, it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, being feeless means that we get people more easily to join the Web3 revolution because they do not need Hive to transact. But on the other hand, the main activity on the Hive blockchain, which is blogging, does not require Hive. So it is not a source of demand for Hive, right? So if you think, what are the sources of demand for Hive? Well, blogging is not one of them. You can blog with very little to no Hive. It's very easy to get a couple of Hive power delegated to you or some RC delegated to you. You don't need to buy Hive in order to blog. So what I'm aiming at is to explain that in order for the Hive price to go up, and I hope we all understand that this is very important for the prosperity and sustainability of the community, we need to add and to invent more sources of demand for Hive. We need to give people reasons to buy Hive. And for a few years now, HBD and its APR also provide a source of demand for Hive. You can have people that tend to come into the system and buy Hive, turn it into HBD, and stack it for 15% APR. It was even higher. In this, Hive acts like a bank. This is what I'm going to try to emphasize now. So Hive is a blockchain that is a social blockchain and supports social interactions. And it's very good at that. It has been designed for that. However, it's not a one-trick pony. The other big trick that it has in its bag is the fact that it can act like a bank. Hive is actually a decentralized bank, perhaps one of the first decentralized banks. And to, let's say, to hammer home the point that Starkers made, HBD is our superpower. Yeah. Why? Because it's fast and it's feeless, and you can stake it at a good APR. And all this make HBD an excellent means of exchange, right? An excellent currency. Yeah, oh, sorry, I got too fast. So HBD allows Hive to return to the main, let's say, roots of crypto. And I show here the Bitcoin paper. Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Well, it turned out Bitcoin is a lot of great things. Everybody loves Bitcoin. However, it is not very good at being a peer-to-peer electronic cash system for many reasons. Not as good as Satoshi wanted it to be, right? And today, what we see in crypto is that it turned into a big casino with meme coins that really seem like brainless speculation, gambling. Okay. And, oh, sorry, I went down. I'm back. And so what we are trying to do here, and again, thanks to Starker's distributor, because that gives a big incentive to onboard users and encourage them to buy Hive in order to exchange it into HBD and then spend it for the cashback. The cashback is the best way to attract consumers. So there are, let's say, there is a chicken and egg problem, because you have the issue that businesses are going to say, oh, I don't care about accepting HBD because there are no consumers that are going to come and spend HBD in my place. And then the consumers are going to say, yeah, but I'm not going to buy HBD because there are no businesses that accept HBD around me, right? So that creates a chicken and egg problem that we can, let's say, I discovered in this journey how to solve it for the business side. So, okay, I can onboard businesses to accept HBD by developing a, let's say, a sales pitch, although I'm not very good at sales, but I've learned how to position it. But on the consumer side, oh, they're going to say, oh, at least in Europe, the payment system is functioning relatively well, is fast, and there are no fees for the consumers to pay with the credit card. But yeah, there are, unlike in the US where you have a lot of credit cards that offer cashbacks, in Europe there are basically no cashback. So if I come and say to the consumers, yeah, but with this system you can get cashback, some of them are going to get interested. Oh, I can get cashback. Oh, that's nice. I'm interested. So I invite you to watch you can find them on Ecency if you look at my blog, which you have at sorin.cristescu. The middle movie is one that we haven't published yet, but I'm not going to show it because I am going to go over the time. So how does it start? So I'd like to invite you to do that wherever you feel it's appropriate in the world where you are, right? So how it started with a community that is brought together by a common set of value and principles and a sense of purpose that goes beyond money, and that it has shared objectives. So you can do that because for instance, we heard about the various communities presented by Chemi earlier. You can leverage the power of Hive to bring together people around topics that they care about. And here, what I did in Luxembourg, we said, okay, we are going to create a community that is going to experiment with the new MiCA legislation. That is the legal framework that Europe has given for crypto assets. And we said, okay, we are going to try and learn and see whether we care about crypto, and we are not sure that this regulation is really encouraging the use of crypto. So we're going to try and experiment with it. So this is how we said, okay, we're going to get together and try to issue and offer to the public a token that is compliant with this regulation, the first MiCA compliant token. That was what brought us together. So let's get together and issue a token. And then in this, let's say in this ongoing endeavor, we said, okay, but where are we going to issue this token? Well, we could issue on this blockchain or on that blockchain. I said, why not issue it on Hive blockchain? Because it's fast and feeless. Oh, feeless, that's good. We don't need to have, oh, I thought about issuing it on Solana, once someone said. Yeah, but then if you want to transfer it, everybody has to, who wants to transfer it, has also needs to have Solana in their wallet to pay the transaction fees. Oh, but the transaction fees are very low. Certainly, they are very low, but you still need to have some sol in your wallet. So it means if you want to onboard someone new, that person, it's not enough that it receives our token. If that person wants to transfer the token further to someone else, they first need to go and open an account on a centralized exchange, transfer euros there, buy Sol, and withdraw them to their wallet so that they can transfer our token and pay the transaction fees on Solana with it. Imagine what a barrier that is, how much friction that generates. Whereas on Hive, you have the token, you transfer it to someone else, that person can immediately send it further away because there are no fees to be paid, right? So first the community, and then with the community, this shows how we onboarded the third business. We went to and said, look, guy, we are going to reserve the room and spend quite a bunch of money. Are you interested in our business? Of course, 30 people coming to my restaurant. I'm interested. And I said then, okay, but the condition is that you accept crypto. So what? Are you strong arming me into accepting crypto? Yes, you want the business, you accept crypto. But what am I going to do with it? Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to buy them back from you at the end and give you euros. Oh, okay. And this is how the third guy, who wasn't particularly, who said, I don't know anything about blockchain. I don't care about it. I care about my restaurant being full of people. And I want your business. I want your 30 people to come and buy beer and eat at my place. And if you buy the crypto back from me, then there is no problem with that. And what we hope is that in time, we went there a second time. This is the third business that we onboarded recently. We went there a second time, and I mentioned the API and said, oh, that sounds interesting. 15%. That sounds interesting. And the fact that he can use the HBD that he gets, if he keeps them instead of selling them back to me, he can use them to pre-finance his operations, because he can sell them in exchange for euros to the customers, and have the euros of the customers in advance and buy the supplies that he needs with those euros, whereas the customers are going to spend the HBD much later. So this is exactly the main business model of banks: transformation, making money out of the fact that there is a delay in time between the moment the money enters and the money is spent. And I think I again went over my time, and I'm only at the half of the presentation. So we have a free brand that we invite you to use, because it's win-win. The brand is InnoPay, and we have branding material that we have created and we keep creating, and we share gladly and freely with everyone who wants to try that in their own town. And this is going to help everybody, because it increases brand awareness and brand reputation. And what I discovered is that the main arguments for shops is not accepting crypto. They, at least I don't know about other places, but in Europe, people are scared about crypto. So what I go and tell them is, are you interested in a payment method that has no fees? And usually when I say that, they are all, they make big eyes and say, oh, I'm interested in that. If it's no fees, I'm interested in that. Then there are other arguments, like for instance, there is no dedicated terminal. You can accept the payments on a simple phone. Anyone can accept payments on your behalf on their phone without you needing to be around. And for instance, Tarkus mentioned with some pictures about Alventuno. At Alventuno, it's not the owner that operates the restaurant. He has someone that is a delegated person and manager, and the manager accepts payments in crypto for the owner using simply the Hive account of the restaurant, right? Um, then you can develop a customer relationship as listed there. And why would someone pay with HBD? We have developed again a set of reasons. Of course, the one that gets people interested is the cashback with distributed, but there are other reasons that different people are sensitive to different reasons. And yeah, why would Hive benefit? There was a polemic a few time ago under a post by Taras that said, okay, why are there people voting for this posts that are not very literary? The spend HBD posts. I went there and spend HBD, and here is my report. Does not look like the typical Hive blog that has a, let's say, a high value in the content. And I mean, it's a legitimate question, but it has an answer. So I went under the post of Taras and explained in one of the comments why, from a financial point of view, blogging is one thing, but being a bank is a different thing, and Hive really can use both of them. And why like bootstrapping an HBD economy is very beneficial to the Hive price and ultimately to the Hive economy. And marketing is key. This is the brand that we created with brand material. We invite everybody that is interested to try it out. There is no wrong approach. You cannot lose. You either win or you learn. You can go in your city, I don't know, in Krakow or wherever, and if you haven't tried it yet, and if you have a place where you often go for a beer or for food or whatever, you can ask the owner manager, better the owner because he can make decision. Are you interested in a new payment method without fees? Usually, at least in Europe, that gets their attention. Okay, and then you can develop from there. However, the first and most important thing is that you need to have a community with you. So you need to have more people, and because they are all interested in bulk selling, having a lot of people coming to their shop. It doesn't need to have to be a restaurant, right? It can be any shop. Yeah, the most difficult is having the first customer. And yeah, the last thing is that now we went much further and we developed a full, let's say, a full menu, online menu where you can pay with HBD and order at the same time. So you can go to indies.inopay.lu, like Luxembourg, and there you get the backend that I developed for the restaurant. The guy has a laptop anyway that is there behind his counter, and he gets this page open, and then there is a indies.inopay.lu/menu for people, and they go there, they see the menu, they can order, and they click order after they got the things in the cart, and this opens Hive Keychain. And of course, they have to have Hive Keychain. So onboarding is something that needs to be solved. Onboarding, and second, getting HBD. So basically, these are spots that are still blind spots that need to be solved at some point. Currently, we sell people HBD peer to peer, but we need to be around someone who comes into the restaurant needs to have someone who is ready to sell him or her HBD. But if they have been onboarded, we chronometered, and onboarding with Hive Keychain is 1 minute 45 seconds. And I've also developed a small interface to onboard people with my own tickets, because I have a lot of tickets, and yeah, I can use them that way. And so we onboard people, we sell them HBD, and then we invite them to use the menu to order. And the owner likes that because it gives more time for the waiters to attend other tables and to make sure that other tables are well attended. And when they order, they have already at the same time they have paid, so it saves time at the end of the experience because they do not have to wait and hail the waiter, oh, come with the POS terminal to take my payment. No, they have already paid when they order. So yeah, that's it. I'm sorry I went a lot over my time. I'm very sorry about that.
Oh, actually, you did quite well, man. Only 7 minutes. Great, Sorin. Thank you so much. Only thing is, you now have 7 minutes less tomorrow, yes?
That's cruel.
Yeah, that's cool. Are you sure?
You'll take them from the 7 minutes of Adele.
So I see here Spanish croquette,
Yeah.
vol au vent. I see paella. Huh? We were in Malaysia, no? I forgot.
Yeah.
I see smoked duck, roasted chicken. I see very nice vegetables, cauliflower, brownies, a fruit platter. I think it can only mean one thing. It's lunchtime. And starters can ask question to Sorin. Yeah, but lunchtime also, but Sorin can ask a question. That's fine. But lunch also.
Bon appetit, everybody. I just want to say thanks, Sorin, and all the experimentation you do with Spend HBD.
Thank you.
If
Thank you,
anyone's
Steph.
interested in helping to grow the Spend HBD economy, it's really valuable, especially if you're a whale, to go on the Spend HBD tag and support the work that's happening there so that we can keep pumping HBD into that economy and keep it growing. So, it would help people like Soren to get more cash back to his clients. It'd help people like me and Sagar. There's economies growing all over the world. So anyone that can vote for the Spend HBD tag, please do to put some money into that.
Cheers. And then I also forgot to say thank you to World Mapping, as they also sponsored, just like I forgot Splinterlands. I only slept 4 hours last night, guys. World Mapping, Dead Lev representing. He's got some fun announcement, right, Dad? Lev?
Yes, yes. As you might have a lot to eat, you might need some movement. So we decided to help you with some little dart activity during the lunch break. And to make it even a bit more interesting, you might win something. So we have all these nice caps, at least 3 of them. And if you are a good dart player and in front of the entrance, we have our world map where you have to throw little darts on specific location, and we will measure how good you are. And if you are not as good to reach the level of getting ahead, we might have a few nice world mapping t-shirts left. And as some of you might live in a cold area like my one, even some scarves with world mapping on it. So do your darts during lunch. Thank you.
Ah, great. Then we can continue the program again. Oh, so who's been to the source of the Heath already? Have you been up in the library? Have you felt the fans? So the darts game is still going on all day. Tomorrow also at the Glass House. I had a nice lunch supplied by Nicholas Cafe. Very nice, very good, very thank you. I want to invite up the stage Sagar. Come join me. If all goes well, it was your time, right? Or not? Yes? Please come on. Sagar has been building mobile apps with his team for a while now. He shipped TreeSpeak recently. You showed me yesterday, yeah? TreeSpeak. What was the other one? Who? Distriator. Check in with XYZ. You did it. If you guys want to have a mobile app built, connect with Sagar. He's the man. Sagar, you're gonna tell us more about?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Where's the clicker?
Okay, so which one goes forward and backward and forward? Yeah,
On the right. Then you.
that's mine. That's not mine. Okay. From India. Oh, okay. So basically, I'm a city called Pune, which is near to Mumbai. That's where I am from. And yeah, working remotely all day, all night, and posting daily updates on Hive as a daily updates, status updates, you can call it. And with that, we keep the development as transparent as possible so that everyone on Hive they can know about it. And wow, so we do have our PPT now. So okay, my bad. Thank you. Hello, hello everyone. My name is Sagar. It means ocean. Um, I'm from India, and before I talk about anything that I do, I would like to appreciate all of you to come at HiveFest because this is my first time. And after coming to HiveFest, I realized that it takes a lot of effort just to be here. And and the organizers they put efforts on top of that. So a big round of applause for everyone and event organizers as well. So today I'm going to talk about the things which I'm working with Starkers and while building the things on Hive as a decentralized applications, um, I realized couple of challenges and which I solved or tried to solve in parallel to building those applications. So in the next slide, I'm gonna just say a couple of things about myself. Um, so we're constantly contributing to Hive by building the applications. Not just that, we are also allocating a lot of hardware resources for Hive, about which we'll talk little later. Uh, so let's talk about one of the problem statement which I tried to solve. So last year, there was a hackathon in India, and at least 30 teams or maybe more, they participated. But guess what? Only 5 team members were able to integrate login. log in with Hive. So I I took that challenge and tried to solve that problem for the developers. Like, we have a chicken and egg problem over here. We want more users, but to gain more users, we need number of dApps. And to build dApps, we need to have something in place for developer experience. So we built a package and published, kept it open source, available for everyone. It's called Hive Flutter Kit. So those who are Flutter developers. Now, first of all, let me talk about what is Flutter. So Flutter is um, a cross-platform application development tool with which you can not only build the mobile apps, but also web apps as well. And you can also ship the application for Windows, Linux, Android, iOS, everything. It covers everything. So we built a package and published it over there, and we are the one who are maintaining it. And um, we also deployed the documentation website as well, and with which you can just ask AI that, okay, this is the documentation link, now help me generate couple of things. That's what I'm going to talk about. What is couple of things? Okay, so let's say one of the basic component, reusable component. The moment as a developer you want to when you start, what you want to do is show a feed. So for that, we built a reusable component over here. And you can see that it just requires a couple of lines of code. And there you go. For that, you will get callback for each and every action. Like, if you tap on a particular item, or if you tap on author, or if you tap on upvote or comment. So as a developer, you can decide what you want to do on those actions. So you don't have to worry about building the user interface. It's already there. So with this, you can just kickstart your development and focus on the actual problem that you want to solve, okay, and not invest time in building things. Of course, I know that there are many open source projects, but they don't give components. So that's the problem which we tried or we attempted solving with the Hive Flutter Kit. So that's just one component. Let's take a look at another component. So let's say um, as a user, from the feed, someone taps on the comments. So for that also, you can choose what you want to do. What if user taps on upvote button? What if user taps on a reply button? So for each of the action, you get the callback, and then as a developer, you can decide what you want to do. For example, let's say I tap on an upvote. Okay, so the moment I tap on it, I can add one more code snippet, which is right over here. Okay, that this is the upvote bottom sheet, and it would show the list of voters. And then you can also get a callback. What if user taps on upvote button again? So these are the things as a developer which you can achieve easily by just copy pasting the code snippet, or you can just ask AI to copy paste it for you. So these are a couple of examples, and on the left you are looking at the components that we have built. This is another example for the community. So let's say now in your application, if you want to show the community page, so with this lines of code, you get everything. So all you have to do is, let's say if you want to integrate community or you're building a community specific application, so just create a new Flutter project, add the package, and add the code snippet, and there you go. Boom. You have everything in one place. And it is built on top of Ioha. So we don't have to worry about different types of authentication. With the help of Ioha, we're covering Hive Auth, Hive Keychain, and almost all types of providers which Ioha supports. And instead of putting the code on left or right, now I'm just showcasing the components. For example, trending video feeds, all right, a user specific channel. Then we have a video detail page. Then over here we have list of communities. So as a developer, you don't have to worry about building basic things. It's all there. You just copy paste and it's all there for you. And more components. So it's like, a suite of components. You can choose the component the way you want, where you want, how you want. For example, activities of a specific account, and it also has the different filters, list of tags, list of proposals, list of followers or witnesses. So all of this, you just have to add a couple of code snippets and you have everything in your application. So with this, as a developer, you can focus on solving real problems and you don't have to worry about any of this. So my question is like, now that we have solved the Flutter problem, what's next? We have all the components over here. I mean, not all, but most of them are there. With that, developers can just go ahead and start using it in their application. And it's not just about other developers. With these components, we have also built the applications. In fact, while building the applications like Check Unit XYZ, Distriator, 3Speak mobile app, we used these components. So with that, we are pretty much sure that these components are working and it's open source, available for everyone. So anyone can go ahead and raise a pull request over there. So before I move to next slide, I'm just gonna take a pause here and ask if anyone has any question over here. Okay, so I guess I take that as a no questions. So you can see that we build these components, but over here, if I ask who uses Flutter? So in Web3, most of the developers, they don't use Flutter. Flutter is used for like, those who are building applications rapidly. Um, so I checked with other developers. Okay, what tech stacks are you using? React with Node, Node.js, or is it Flutter with Node.js? So around 80% of them answered that they prefer having React as the front end. So why do we just stay limited to Flutter? So we built Hive React Kit as well. So it's published on npm.js. You can find the documentation also. It's very easy to use, but again, it's just one tech stack specific. It's for React.js developers. So React.js developers, all they have to do is install this package and start using the components instead of building those UI stuff on your own. Okay, so I'm gonna skip the slides and focus on the components which we have built and show those components. So these are 3Speak components and based on a union indexer, which is built by Waltech. I guess he's somewhere over here. So it shows the feed of the videos and it gets from the union indexer, and we can always switch to Hive feed or union indexer feed. So over here, you can take a look at like user channel. So this entire thing you can get by just copy pasting this. And then as a developer, you can decide what to do on what action. For every action, you get a callback. For example, if I tap on a share, or if I tap on a bookmark, if I tap on a followers, what should happen? So developer is always in full control and they can design and develop the application. Okay, so we have again bottom set dialog for the comment list, and then the list of upvotes. It's like, we refer to our own Flutter package and we started building the Hive React kit, and we built components with more or less similar experience aimed to the mobile experience. Okay, so that's a community details page. And on top of building the Hive React Kit, we also built a package called Hive Authentication. So while building a package for React, we decided to keep authentication separate and the React reusable components separate. So this is also open source. Yes, we do have IOHA's ready-made UI, but then as a developer, let's say if you want to customize a couple of things, so that's when we realized that we need a separate package. So we built Hive Authentication package, and it's also open source, available on npm.js. And over here, you can get a ready-made user interface for authentication, and it supports multiple accounts with keychain, auth, posting key, and we can add more providers over here. And to get that UI, all you have to do is just copy paste the code snippet. So as a developer, you really get a kickstart and you don't have to worry about going through the documentation and figuring out the basic things. You just have to focus on solving the real problems. And like I stated earlier, this package covers every need which is related to authentication, from showing the QR code and switching to different users, and providing an event listener for account switching or authentication. So all of this are open source, and we built in parallel to whatever I was doing for check-in with XYZ and this creator. And all of this are open source, available for Hive community. Okay, so I'm gonna skip these slides, which is already presented by Starkers. You should check this out. Okay, I think Starkers didn't present the business reviews. A lot of people on Hive complain about the quality of the post, but then they don't understand this real business purchase showcase. Here, we get to see that users or say consumers are actually spending HBD, and they are getting incentivized, and they are also getting motivated to continue spending in HBD. That's just one business, Econocosis. And here is the, hold on. Yeah, here is the business which was added by Soaring Off-Chain. Now look at those reviews over here. Isn't that beautiful? So many consumers, and it's just few of them. You have more and more reviews. All you have to do is just go to cashback.distributor.com. Find all the businesses. You don't need to log in, and you can review all the businesses. So at the end, it's not a business review, to be honest. It's just a proof of spent. And on top of that, you are showing that it's an actual spent. And for that, consumers get incentivized and businesses get to keep the HBD rewards in terms of APR. Okay, so here I try to showcase the number of businesses that we have on this creator. And this is the graph which is already presented by Starkers. Oh yeah, this one too. Okay, so like I said, on top of building the stuff which I work with Starkers, I also build things on my own with the developers which I have hired. So one of the idea which I really liked, built by Archange, which is the Engage application, but I didn't find the mobile version of it. So I built a version of it by myself. It's called Ads Replier. That's the name I had to use because Inbox is reserved word by Apple and they simply rejected the application. So I ended up choosing Ads Replier as a name. It's available on App Store, Google Play Store, and it is also available as a web app. So this is the overall user experience that you get. And of course, by default, I highlight to, I promote um, powered by Hive, inspired by Archange, and shared by Starkers on the first Play Store and Google Play Store and App Store screenshot. That's the first screenshot that you would see. And this is the overall application. Um, so basically with this, you can easily reply to the conversations which are unreplied. Of course, we are still working on it. It's not perfect. Perfection is a journey. Um, you can scan the QR code, get it there from the Play Store. And we faced a lot of rejections, not just from Apple, but also from Google. But eventually, we managed to have app listed on both App Store and Play Store. Thank you. Okay, so like I stated earlier, that not just the software development part, we also have dedicated resources, hardware resources for Hive blockchain. So let's talk about that. Okay, so over there on top left corner, you see those Dell 5 systems, 5 Dell laptops. Those are video encoders. So the moment anyone uploads a video on 3Speak, okay, Voltec has designed a beautiful system, decentralized video encoding. And these are the systems which are running video encoders. So the video gets processed over here, meaning that it converts from a raw video to HLS video, and then it gets re-uploaded from the systems I'm using. So those are like 5 laptops. And on top of that, I have more backup systems over there. So let's say there are more people uploading videos and queue is very long, then in that case, I would also start these systems. Now to power those video encoders, you can see we have a leased line connection at home. And not just one, I also have air fiber somewhere. Oh yeah, over here, backup air fiber. Okay. And I have one home internet as a backup. So in case everything fails, all of the systems by default goes back to uh, the home internet. And oh yeah, am I exceeding the time? Oh, okay. So yeah, almost there. My bad. So yeah, you can see Mac Minis, 2 Mac Minis over there. one MacBook Pro over there and one MacBook Pro, which I use. And all of these are connected, of course, but how would you know it's running or not? So for that, I'm using Uptime Kuma. You can check the status of all the services, hardware resources, which I provide, and you can check the status. Okay, so not limited to this, I also support these communities. Okay, so they are keeping weekly contest, and I support those weekly communities by sending high power, not liquid high, not HBD, high power. Okay, and you can find about me on this website, more over here. And there are more future goals. I'm gonna work on more things. Um, you can download this presentation and take a look at it if you want to know more about it. And without any funding, all of this contribution I'm doing on my own. Was thinking of DHF, but with or without, I'm fine. Okay, your upvotes and witnessed votes would motivate me more. Yeah, that's it. I mean, we are posting daily updates on Hive. Whatever we are doing, we are keeping it transparent. You can check our daily blog. So yeah, that's it. That's it for the presentation. Thank you for listening. I know I'm running out of time. So for the questions, you can drop me a message. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sagar. Wonderful work. So many jobs. So in the morning, you wake up and you decide, okay, today I'm going to work on H reply, or how do you do it?
I have two more developers. So we distribute things. But those two developers, I pay on my own. I had one more, but because of cost, I had to let him go.
I see. Yeah, you told me yesterday. Nice. Thanks a lot, man. Okay, some questions can do later at networking drinks. Without further ado, I want to invite up stage the one and only Lord Butterfly. I told you a long time ago in Amsterdam, first time I saw this guy, I thought he cannot be Lord Butterfly. Organizer of HiveFest last year. Um, Welcome in Kuala Lumpur. You're going to tell us everything about VSC. Are you going to tell already about the rebranding?
Um, I've been telling people all around. They've been asking what the really nice logo on all these promotion materials is. So, yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna share it right now. So, there's a rebrand coming for VSC. It's going to be called Magi Network. So, in a couple of weeks, we're gonna announce it on our social media network and on our Discord and everything else.
Yeah, it
So,
looks really great. Is it? Did it draw some inspiration from Magic: The Gathering?
well, I mean, it's a lot of things because what we're doing is kind of magic, and I'm going to be talking about it right now over the next 20 minutes, as it says here. So this is quite a big stage, I have to say. Really makes you feel important. It's gonna do wonders for my ego. Um, so let me see. Um, Roland, could you maybe activate the presentation? I'm not seeing it. Oh, there we go. Oh, awesome. Okay. So my name is Damir Ravosic. Most of you know me as Lord Butterfly on Hive. I'm the head of business development for VSC, Virtual Smart Chain, which is a cross-chain protocol that kind of aims to be a cross-chain hub, a universal liquidity layer for all of crypto, of course, starting with Hive, using Hive assets to achieve all these wonderful things that we're going to be doing. So I'll be talking about cross-chain a bit, talking about what problems we're trying to solve and how we fit in the current market, what the problems are, why cross-chain is essential to maturing and evolving this space into something that can attract the wider crypto audiences and wider mainstream audiences as well. So blockchains nowadays exist almost as separate islands in a sense. They don't really communicate, they don't really talk to each other. Each of them have their own identity systems, their own wallet addresses, in many cases, their own token standards. If you wanted to send I don't know, Ethereum back and forth on the Ethereum blockchain, what would you do? You would, of course, download probably MetaMask, create an identity system for Ethereum, um, get used to the UI, get used to the system, and then you would withdraw, deposit, send tokens back and forth. And that's completely good and fine. But what if you wanted to do it on Hive, on Solana? You would have to repeat the process all over again, get used to the UI again, and get used to the new token standards, the new rules, the new ways to use these different blockchains. This type of process creates friction. It creates a user experience issue. And this user experience problem isn't something that you can fix simply by moving a few buttons on a screen, changing your login system, increasing the click-through rate, whatever it is on your website. This problem is tied to the fundamental and core ways that the crypto industry currently functions. That's where we come in. That's where VSC comes in. What we want to achieve, what we want to do is give you choice, give you an ability to choose one wallet, one identity, and access all of crypto through it. Receive, send, hold tokens from different blockchain using one wallet of your choice. With successful business models, there's a number of things they do similarly to others. But there's one unique thing, one single thing that sets them apart, that makes them unique and valuable. For VSC, that is something we call wallet interoperability. So if you're going to remember one thing about VSC from this presentation, it should be this. VSC aims to abstract all complexity from everyday crypto use for the end user, that being in terms of payments, remittances, while increasing the ability for the dApps that are going to be deployed on our smart contracts platform to expand to the wider ecosystem, which is extremely important. So how are we going to achieve that? How are we going to do it? That's the big question. To simplify things, I kind of split BSC's approach into three different pillars. The first pillar being cross-chain swaps, secondly, smart contracts, and thirdly, NAM, native asset mapping, which is kind of our, I wouldn't say proprietary technology, but something new that we built out that's kind of an evolution of what's possible through the cross-chain swap technology. So what are cross-chain swaps? They're basically trades that you do between blockchains without using intermediaries. They're almost always centralized, without using centralized exchanges, while maintaining full and complete sovereignty over the process of transacting, using your non-custodial wallets. So when it comes to VSC, this stuff isn't entirely and completely unique. There's a number of protocols that do things similarly to what we're doing with these cross-chain native swaps. What sets us apart from them is the use of HBD, and as we all know, HBD is a non-KYC, a stable coin of the Hive blockchain that's had zero downtime in basically 9 years. One of the biggest strengths of Hive. What this does for us, using it as the base asset in all trading pairs, is the first thing, because it's the base asset, if you compare VSC to some of the legacy protocols out there like Uniswap, we do for each token on VSC that exists, you would need one liquidity pool. That isn't the case with protocols like Uniswap, where to pair them all up, you would need about 5,000 liquidity pools. Of course, they don't do that, but in theory, that's something that would be necessary. So what this does is increases the efficiency of liquidity use by a significant margin. Let me see, just one second. Secondly, because it's a stable coin, it's a differentiator to our, let's say, competitors in the market in a way where we can offer one-sided volatility to liquidity providers. So if you're a risk-averse investor, you can deploy whatever token you're interested in, maybe Bitcoin, maybe Ethereum, into the liquidity pools. That's going to generate some kind of fee, generate APR for you, but you're tied to a stable coin. You're not tied to exotic token that can appreciate, depreciate. So that's kind of the biggest strength for us. I'm gonna talk about a bit, which I won't repeat tomorrow because this is mostly related to Hivers, how it's gonna appeal to the Hive ecosystem, to the Hive users, investors, maybe. Let me see this. Okay, so there's a few ways that this will drive demand for the Hive token. There's kind of a flywheel in place when it comes to what we're trying to do. So first of all, every single swap that goes through this cross-chain protocol through VSC, some kind of fee is generated.
Hello, hello, battery life. End of life. End of life. So it's the end of your presentation, no? Ha ha ha. So funny. Oh, I think it's the end of the battery. Ah, cross. He said it's cross-chain swapping, yes? On the Hive blockchain. Boom.
There we go. Okay, awesome. So where was I? Yeah, so there's some fees that are going to be generated from each of these swaps. So you can essentially say the more swaps that VSC does, the more volume we do, the more fees are generated, and all those fees are then sold, be that if they're in Bitcoin or Ethereum, and HBD is bought. So the more volume we do, the more inherent demand there's going to be for the HBD token. Secondly, each of the liquidity pools, as I said before, uses HBD as the base asset. So the more demand there is from users, the more liquidity you're going to need in the pools. Because everything is paired with HBD, the only way to get enough HBD is going to be to buy Hive and convert it into HBD. And thirdly, each dollar of liquidity inside VSC is over collateralized with Hive tokens at 1.5 to 1. So for example, if you have, I don't know, $5 million of liquidity inside the VSC liquidity pools, you're going to need 5 times 1.5. So that again increases the demand for Hive tokens. This is actually the first time since Hive launched that there is a new, unique, important use case built for HBD and Hive as tokens. This is the first time. So that's quite important. So you might ask, okay, why would I use your solution? Why would I use these cross-chain swap things instead of all of these established bridges that exist for a long time? Well, really the answer would be, do you want to lose your money? So with most of these centralized bridges that have been established, they're centralized, small operator sets. In many cases, they have failed. So even though cross-chain currently and bridge activity accounts for probably like 2 to 3% of total blockchain activity, some of the biggest hacks in history happened on these bridges. So for example, Ronin Bridge, Wormhole, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. And these hacks didn't happen because someone was super capable hacker, developer. They happened because of a single reason, because they had a single point of failure. And I would even invite everybody to actually check out how they failed. It's quite shocking, even if you're a layman. These problems were so simple to fix if they only cared enough. So second pillar, 6 more minutes. Smart contracts. So we're using WebAssembly, which means it gives you much more flexibility when deploying your smart contracts. You don't have to, choose cryptocurrency developers that are just stuck with Solidity, like on Ethereum. You can use Golang, you can use WebAssembly script, all these programming languages that are kind of standard outside of crypto as well. This is the first time we're bringing decentralized option, fully customizable smart contracts to the chain. And the important thing about this, beyond these being kind of open smart contracts, is the wallet interoperability aspect. So if you're currently like Splinterlands, for example, a game on Hive, if you're a HoloZing, if you're Big D Essency, who are the users that you have access to? Only those that use Hive, only those that use the Hive wallet, the Hive identity. Because of wallet interoperability, what we allow dApps that maybe deploy on VSC is simple. Because with our smart contracts, you can interact from a Bitcoin wallet address, from an Ethereum wallet address, from a Litecoin, Dogecoin wallet address, from a Hive wallet address. What this does, it expands completely your access to the wider crypto ecosystem. It expands your access to liquidity, expands your access to potential customer base. People are going to use your application. People are going to buy your token, that are going to, I don't know, interact with other users using your application. So we're talking about market fit. There's maybe hundreds of different protocols that allow Ethereum identities to interact with their smart contracts. There's maybe a dozen that allow that for Bitcoin wallet addresses, a few for Litecoin. There is not a single protocol out there right now that allows you to interact with their smart contracts, with their dApps, from all these specific blockchains all at the same time. That's a complete, in my opinion, game changer for anybody that's going to be deploying here. That's a complete game changer for anybody that deploys on other blockchains that don't have this capability. Third, 4 minutes to go. I'm trying to speed up the way I'm talking. Um, native asset mapping, what's this? So this is kind of, as I said, an expansion of what cross-chain swaps can do. On the back end, works similarly, over collateralization of all tokens brought into the ecosystem with Hive, again. But what native asset mapping is, it's kind of a competitor to wrapping, our own take on it. It allows for different blockchain wallets, different blockchain wallet addresses to hold tokens from any other blockchain. So in essence, you would, which is possible right now, you can connect your Ethereum MetaMask or Ethereum identity to VSC, and you can hold Hive or HBD inside it. You will have scenarios where you would connect your Solana wallet, your Phantom wallet, to VSC and send Bitcoin to an Ethereum wallet address, which is completely unheard of. All of this economically secured, all of this over collateralized. Again, the implication for this is pretty much the same as with the smart contracts. Let me just see. Okay. So implications in terms of payments, in terms of remittances. When I was talking about removing all complexity for crypto use, this is what I meant. If you wanted to send some funds to your friend that uses an Ethereum wallet address or a Hive wallet address, and they only accept Bitcoin, you can't really do that in a decentralized manner. What they would do with VSC, they would just connect their wallet to it. Maybe it's an Ethereum wallet. They would select the Bitcoin wallet address they want to send to and send Ethereum directly. In terms of payment, if you're a merchant, what's the current problem with all the payment systems that exist? They tie you to a single blockchain, to a single community. If you're a merchant, you want to sell as many items as you can. You can't really do that because of those limitations. VSC, because of the wallet interoperability aspect, would essentially allow any buyer using any wallet on their phone to make a payment and send it to the merchant that could accept it. So they don't have to choose. Their customer base is no longer just users from a single blockchain. Their customer base is everybody. That's what we're bringing to the table with native asset mapping. Okay, this is related to wrapping. Yeah, the biggest problem, I'm gonna try to be really fast because we have a demonstration that Voltek's gonna do in a few minutes, showcasing our flagship application called Altera. So we're gonna skip that. Why the problem persists? Crypto tribalism. I would say one of the biggest culprits in this industry. You could kind of pinpoint it to it, saying why would I develop a solution that's going to benefit somebody that holds a different token than I hold? Why would I develop a solution for somebody that's going to use a different blockchain when my blockchain is best? They're terrible. Theirs is terrible. Mine is the best. Because there's short-term focus, because the development is inward focused instead of outward focused, we got to a point where the whole crypto ecosystem is disconnected. All these solutions don't really solve the issue of user experience at the core fundamental level. This is kind of a summary, what we do differently, all kind of tied to the functionality that we're bringing to the table. Um, direct chain-to-chain settlement, no custodians, completely maintaining your sovereignty as is set up by chain culture or the ethos in the crypto ecosystem. Users keep control, funds never exposed to operator threats, precisely because of the economic security in the system. Two-thirds consensus needed. And even if you had a single rogue validator out of 40, 50 of them, they would never endanger the stability of the system. No user funds would be endangered in any way. So you might ask, okay, what about ecosystem participant incentives? What about the economic incentives? Why would I want to be part of VSC? Now, there's kind of three different levels of users, VSC. The first, normal user that's going to do swaps, they're going to hold tokens and everything, use our native asset mapping, use our swaps. They benefit, as I said, from sovereignty, from safety, not being exposed to operator theft, and all these other problems that these bridges are facing. Secondly, you have liquidity providers. They earn specific fees, and collateral providers, they kind of share those fees with the liquidity providers. Also to mention is that we're going to be launching a VSC token in 2026. It's going to be a fair launch. It's going to be tied and distributed based on contribution into the system, distributed to Hive holders and everybody else. So I want to thank you for your time. I hope I didn't go too long and it wasn't too complicated understanding what we're trying to achieve with this project. So I would now like to call on Voltic, our CEO of VSC, the core developer, just to show a bit of what we've built and how you can use our current application. Roland, sorry.
It's all gonna work, man. We're gonna do it from this. So Valtech is here with me in the operator room. If you might turn around 180 degrees, because look here, guys. Here is Valtech. He's like a DJ now. DJ Valtech is running everything behind the scenes. Hi, Valtech. How are you?
I'm doing well, very, very well. Let's see if we can get this. Some technical difficulties.
I'm gonna stand right here.
It's not detecting anything, yeah? So we're swapping. The ports, yeah. I'm here. Computer doing nothing. Is there a trick to put like screen?
No, I'm not sure.
Yes.
I think it's gonna be after they're done showing this. We only have one mic.
Yeah, it's duplicate.
Don't duplicate.
Don't?
Just do the extend. Why? Should be able to see now.
Yeah, it's not those.
So no. Unplug that one as well.
One.
Wait, I'm not. Let's see then. Yeah. Huh? I kind of links. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Do it way back. Do it back. Wait. You can do it in mirror again. Yeah.
Probably easiest anyway.
Yeah, I told them to do that. I got to.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, you can go now, yeah?
Alrighty now. As a few of you probably know, we've been working on the Altera app, which is our flagship user end product for VSC and Hive. And I'm gonna here show you a few things about what we've been up to on this side of the world. You might first notice that there's social and EVM wallet, which I can here log in with MetaMask. But there's also Hive, of course, and I'll show you the Hive part of this first. Let me sign in here. And here's the end user dashboard. And here you can basically access your kind of, basic details such as like your VSC balance that kind of show a portfolio style view that you might expect in like an exchange, your balances, resource credits, etc., transaction table, you name it, general kind of things that you'd expect here. But some of the unique things that we offer specifically that I'd like to showcase is we now have a deposit view on our site that allows us to do a couple of different things, mainly Lightning transfer, Hive mainnet, of course, which you'd want, and then Coinbase. Now we've been working on with the work that we've been doing on our cross-chain connections is also including a direct Coinbase fiat onboarding on ramp. So let's see, we enter an amount, click deposit. And now I would be able to buy Bitcoin on VSC and later Hive as well. So we will be enabling direct support for onboarding with fiat and off ramps as well with Coinbase. Though we are still working on getting our approval for this widget, as it requires going through, of course, Coinbase and working with their side to approve the rest of the widget. You can also send to other wallets. So for example, like your EVM wallet address here. Let me, I have to sign in. Hold on a second. And I can take my EVM wallet address and send Hive to it. Okay. Let's see. And just like that, I've sent some Hive from my Hive wallet straight to an EVM wallet on VSC. And what's really important about this ability for us to directly onboard EVM wallets and other wallets from other ecosystems is that we eliminate the need for onboarding. Right, we've reduced the complexity to as simple as a MetaMask sign-in and send over to you have immediate access to the ecosystem with minimal onboarding. And now you can see the transaction has been confirmed. Now let's go log into that EVM address. Let's see. Maybe the internet's a bit slow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Technical difficulties. Huh. Let me see if there's a... Let's see.
Is what you have with these centralized networks. Ethereum, Infuria down.
Yeah.
Down for everyone.
Like
Is Infuria down for everyone.com?
Yeah, this is why keychain is better than MetaMask.
yeah, use keychain. Okay, well, I guess we can't show that here, but you can log in directly with your MetaMask wallet. There's also some others we have support as well, like Brave Wallet, Wallet Connect, a whole number of over 400 plus wallets that we support that are all EVM compatible. And so really make the Hive directly accessible to these outside ecosystems, both in being able to do things like swaps, the cross-chain capabilities that we have, and also just directly accessing Hive dApps and eventually buying the VSC or the Hive token as well. Let's see if we can get Brave to work. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. No. This is our swap page. Enter in either an EVM wallet address or a Hive account. Sample. and our swap page as well, which at the moment we right now have Lightning primarily supported as our swap. But when we will launch the Bitcoin support, we'll also have that as well. Now you could scan the QR code and you'd receive Hive directly. We also have our witness assistant tool, mainly just for our VSC node operators, as well as our staking tool for staking HBD on VSC. And what's a bit unique about HBD on VSC is that it's actually liquid when you're receiving 15% APR. So it means you can move it between different wallets, you can send it to contracts, you could use it in DeFi directly from just on the VSC platform. Yeah, I think I mostly covered everything for the demo. I'll pass it back to Roland. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's it for the demo. Back to Demir now.
Thank you. Super awesome. Amazing. Really, it is.
I
Thanks a
think we
lot.
had a few questions, maybe.
It's a bit difficult, man.
Ask the questions later.
Starker had one question. He can ask it. You're very welcome, Starkey. See how easy I am? It's just.
You're very kind, Roland. Thank you. You got no shoes on either, just to let you know. Congratulations. VSC is starting to look amazing. Thanks, Fulltech, and everyone on the team. Quick question. It's more to like give people a vision of what I think the future looks like with VSC, but maybe you can confirm. It looks to me like you're just going to have basically any crypto app. You're going to be able to log in with any wallet if you integrate VSC. And then you're going to be able to transact with any currency, earn an NFT from another chain, put it into a wallet over there. You won't have to integrate all these wallets. You just integrate VSC, and then you can log in with all these other things. So you're going to have these like, we're going to have like this app agnosticism where the apps aren't tied to each chain. VSC is going to provide this app agnosticism where all chains work on all apps. Is that where this is going?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of it. I wouldn't say you're going to have well, if you build an app, to put it this way, if you build an app on VSC, then you basically have access to the wider ecosystem when it comes to users and access to liquidity. But at the same time, it's not built on another chain. It's still on VSC. So kind of, it allows you more in comparison to what if you're tied to Ethereum, if you're tied to Solana, but you're still kind of, it's not that you're accessible from every place at all at the same time. You're still kind of still on Hive, still using the consensus system, still using all these things in the background that are a Hive or HBD. So yeah, that's kind of part of it, but it's, as I said, it's kind of a game changer for anybody that's wants to grow and doesn't want to just be stuck to a single blockchain. So we're not only trying to bring this to the Hive apps, we're trying to bring it to people that we talk to at these conferences that might be looking for a similar solution. And we've definitely ran into a number of them that found it interesting. So yeah. So it in a sense doesn't make Hive EVM compatible, but it does make it EVM wallet compatible, which again applies to being Bitcoin wallet compatible, Litecoin wallet compatible, and everything else that's comes afterwards.
All right. Thanks a lot, Damir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
A round of applause. VSC, one of the biggest sponsors of HiveFest this year. Thank you. Thanks for the clicker. You'll be doing it again tomorrow to a whole different crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to invite up the stage to celebrate together, maybe, 150,000 posts, Nina? Are we there yet?
That's a great way to start. Are
Nina, Nina, Nina,
Nina, I'm here.
can you turn around?
I will for sure.
Okay, do we have a live stream here? What's this?
That's how committed can you get in 3 years to communities when you get involved.
Can you turn to the camera? Is it okay, or should I dox you? Okay.
I feel observed.
Okay. Wow. Amazing. Did you know I designed the logo?
I didn't know that.
So I did. So we're getting all these shivers. It's on your. Wow.
For you.
Whoa, really cool. Ladies and gentlemen, Detlef, Nina on the stage talking about world mapping, where it's progressing, almost celebrating 150K posts, right, guys? Here's a clickertje. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Start. Micro to the mouse.
Hello. I'm very happy to be here. Very nervous as well, but prepared for this. This is my first time as a speaker here in HiveFest, and I will just want to talk you a bit. So who am I? No, I'm Nina. I'm Nina. It's here on Hive. I'm not a fancy dev as the three guys that speak before me. I'm just a humble blogger. And I'm here just to represent and to recall what Crimson and Macchiata said this morning. They comment on how important the community is to Hive. So our devs, they're the base for all Hive, for all what we use. But the humble users, the bloggers, we are the proof in real world that what a community is, that this actually is something that we can take out of the virtual space and make it happen in real life. Things like, for example, like 2 years ago, I was just new in Hive, and I will always recall Liatet's project. They invited me to my first Hive meetup in Hamburg, where we met. And I didn't know that I was going to be part of this huge project as is were mapping. But then I met Fox, and I came to realize how powerful is being live with people and show them how important is this ecosystem to us. Like now the three of us are working to just invite you guys on May 1st to Spain and organize the next post party that you will have the invitation in your goodie bags. So if someone already knows that it's coming, I got 2 free tickets. It's just 20 HPD, but if you're interested, just come to me. We send you a free ticket. And then last year, I just came to my first HiveFest in Split, and then I got to meet Butcoins, Starkers, my inner boys, and the Bomb Kids, and they invite me into Hive Try to create what is High Hub and Starkers talk about. And now I got this personalized Hive debit card that can be used to go to a hotel in Guatemala and pay your room and pay your food and your yoga classes. So this is what community is important. That's why the name of this presentation in our calendar is about communities. And we can merge all this in a map that show us and let us, even if you're not on Hive, you can just go to the web page and see all the blogs, all the troubles, all the communities, and all real experiences just with a click. So I'll click here. Okay, this is huge. So I'm going to be closer. So what is world mapping? World mapping is two things. And we always like to, hello, okay. World mapping is two important things. First is a travel community that works worldwide and you can share your own experiences all the time, everywhere. And then it's a map. Okay, it's a map that is open to every community, and you can use it and share your experiences, even if you're talking about food, talking about beers, or anything you like to ping in your map and have it. Okay? And also have it in your profile. Okay? So what's the story here? Where we started in June 2024. This project is started before, but in that time, the former crew said, "Well, we need to we can't keep this going on. We're just letting that." And that left, of course. He saved the project with less Nomad Soul and invite a whole crew just to keep going to this and make it even better. So since 2024, we have trying to add and integrate a lot of front ends, applications, and new features to make it better. So important things about world mapping. I already said there is a worldwide travel community. That's really cool because there's places as the one that I say in Guatemala, a hotel. We find a lot of new travelers that they love uh, going on social media, but they don't know they can easily earn money doing the same first on Hive. So we use all these amazing tools that Sagar and Sarkers talked before to show them how to post about their travels. So we manually curate our content. This is not like something that we put into AI and it's like, just let's go and upvote. We every day, our curators spend at least 2 hours searching not only the posts in world mapping community, but all the pins. You can pin any post in any community. So we try to select the best one and create our travel digest. That is a really, really important work that we make because we're making your curation tasks, your personal curation, really easy. We go through hundreds of pins every day. We select around 15 to 20 every day that are really, really great content, great posts. And if you go to the Travel Digest, you can just read the post, see if it turns to you, and upvote them. So you got great content every day for you to check and support. And that's how community works, supporting each other. So we are the largest travel community in Hive. Hive has a place for everyone. That's what community is. There's a lot of travel communities, but we are the biggest one. And we are the biggest one because we care about people. We're trying to be there. We do manual curation. We let that people know that we are reading that. We not only curate the content, but we try to make people try to give them the help that they need and they don't know. So our curators had worked in a guideline, very, very detailed of how to create for this community great content. And if they don't know how to use it, we are on Discord, we are checking with Engage. We need to try the new tool of Sagar. We need to answer all the questions for them to improve their content, to get more support, and to feel read because we are here and we want to be read, we want to be seen, and we want to keep growing and add value to Hive. So we're trying to support people not only to bring in into the community, but to let them know how to get better. And well, all about the tips and suggestion is in our guideline. So we're right now, well, always, we're working. We got a great development team also. And we want to show you a bit of what is coming next. We're creating a whole new interface. And this is like, well, just a proof of how it will look very soon. So this is how you will check all the curated feature posts in our travel digest, easier to check. This is the first page, our web page. Right now you get into world mapping and you just will see all the pins in the map. Sometimes it's hard to chart through load if you have slow connection. So this is a way to just check another features easily. This is how the user's profile will look now on. So you can just go to your profile and see this kind of things that are really cool because you can like fill up in colors the places you've visited. So it's really cool if you like to just collect new places. So something that's really important that we're talking about community is that world mapping wants to be a place for everyone, not just for travelers. So we integrate communities. If you have, for example, Foodie Beehive, you can check the map, not just for travel content, but for food content. So you will be able to check every community. And here we have distributors, and we're talking about KPIs. So if you're, as Sagar said, not everyone likes to write a lot into communities and create huge content. Well, you like to spend and you want to know who spends as you and curate that people will come to world mapping community of distributor and you will have updates. So we're keep working and working. And for the new goals, that you have your, okay, he will talk.
Now, let's talk a little bit about wishes we got from users the last time. Distrator, Starkers, was one of your wish to integrate it. We did it. And we did other things. The foodies people, Nina just said, were quite happy. This is already there. It's working. It's still behind the scene, but it's working. Another great stuff which is coming is a journey. So we are not only going to one place, we might do a trip. And with the latest version, we will come soon. You might mix a trip, a journey together from stuff you already did and maybe future pins you like to set and write about this. And here you see first pictures how this might look like. And this brings travel and even other things to a next level and will generate more fun and will, for the outside people as well, help them to understand how to travel Malaysia, how to travel Guatemala, where to go on that place, because it's quality content. And as Nina said, real people checked it, if it's true, if it's AI generated fantasy, or if this is really a trip somebody did. So quality. We go further with this where we see some nice tattoos again on other travels where we have some examples how it was. As I said, or as Nina said, we took over the project last year by accident because the former team wanted to resign and we said, no, 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 this has to stay alive, mainly because I'm a traveler. Here you see some facts. We have around 17,500 users on that thing, nearly 150,000 pins. These numbers are a few days ago. Each day between 90, 110, sometimes 200 posts where humans go through and double check if this is a valid post and so on. So out of all that, we have around 40,000 readable, interesting stories about destinations you might travel. And as we like to go with this to the Web 2 people, this is wonderful content to address Web 2 people to come to Hive, to come to other things. So a few more facts about this. Our goals, because we are funded by the DHF, and therefore we try to be transparent as possible. So what you just saw are the first pictures from the new and upcoming version 2. which will be a desktop version, but you will as well be able to see this on your smartphone. And we will complete the development over the next few months. But we like to get your feedback. So whenever we show this, we like to be there, as Nina said, in Discord and other channels, and see what you think about this. The places visit is a function which I really like, because there are apps out who are doing only this. So with all the content people put into it, you see, oh, I traveled already that amount of countries of the world and so on. And there will be more gamification. You might saw the few things we already did where we motivate people to write about a topic like the winter challenge, or in the summer we had something, and this will go on. Beneath all that, we like to have time with you experts to talk about how to monetize this, because this is our goal for now and the next year, to find a way, maybe many small budgets, to move them together to monetize the whole thing, to stay with development and to go further with this. And we will create more crazy fun apps around it, or crazy fun gamifications, because it's community driven. It can be fun, like the dart game we had out there. It is fun because we communicate to each other, and this generates an impact. Yeah, DHF means numbers. So this is how we started. We said, well, we need around 40% for development. We need a fair amount for service and operation, but we spend at least something around 30% in community and marketing. And that's the reason why you have this. We supported the HiveFest, we support other things. You have these little pictures.
Yeah, we also have this, and if the twins can come just very quick, you all guys can have this small memory from HiveFest. And yeah, we also have a lot of pins because community means, yeah, together. So for the picture, but you can have a memory by world mapping, and you can have these pins to go around on border stores and just pin in our map that you've been there.
And together with Nina and many others, we are a quite big team. So we decided to do this a little bit different. Many people do a little bit where they are very good in. So you see a team of people who are behind world mapping. I organize the whole things a little bit. Liz is doing communication. Liz, greetings. And many other people from the development area are with us. We have a team of curators with 4 people, 5 people all around the world who do day by day their work. And today we have all these people here with us. So all the people with the green circle around it, you might talk to them here somewhere today, tomorrow, or maybe on Saturday with a beer. Different story. Last year we made this nice picture, and I can see it again and again. And with this, I'm nearly finished, because I like to say thank you. You see a quite good reason why Liz is not yet here, but greetings to her. I think there's another pin somewhere. And with this, I like to finish. Thank you, Nina. But we have something more, because the first dart players want something, and hopefully they are here. I see our Australian member.
Yeah, can you come here?
Please come to stage.
Prices. Yeah, you come here. It's your 15 seconds of glory. Woohoo! So this is proof of vintage. So you can all have this memory. You will have one.
And for being a quite good data in Australia, you might have a little bit more sun. So you might wear this with, yeah, perfect, perfect. It's fitting to your size. You can fit it. But we as well have Hero Hool. Where are you? As I see, you as well need some more sun protection. Take this. Wear it with fun. Thank you. So, Roland, I have a microphone for you. Oh no, we have another one.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, nice. Alrighty. Thank you so much, guys.
We made it in time.
Yeah, you did. Totally. Yeah, we're almost there for day one already, right? But not yet, because Kevin, all the way from Taiwan this time, not so far, he's joining us. And his last but not least, yes, been developing keychain for how long already? How many years keychain existing?
I think since 2019, probably. Steam. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So Kevin, did you know?
Still not. Is it a running gag or?
Who?
My name is Quentin.
Oh, Quentin.
Every year.
No, it's because every year, the first day I start, I'm that tired, that tired. I'm so tired.
No
I
problem.
I just go with the flow. And this year I've got this add-on of ChatGPT being the brain fry on top of that. So
Oh yeah.
so I think
No, it's fine.
it will never heal, yeah. But no, you're of course Quinton,
No problem.
Korea,
Yeah.
doxed. Um, what's up? I told you already about the LiDAR scan, right? What do you think of it? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Aw.
Very nice venue.
Yeah.
Thank you for organizing everything, and thank you for all the other organizers.
Yeah, yeah.
As usual, it's really amazing to be here.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you're acquainted to the heat, no?
Yeah, but it's pretty hot.
It is. Did you already find out the source over there? It's
Yeah.
blowing the heat right down.
Mhm.
Okay, guys, before you leave, you really have to go up to the library, right? Just check it.
Okay.
Otherwise, you would have missed it. It's really cool to have a visit, but it is hot over there.
Yeah.
Maybe do some laundry first, bring it upstairs. You will dry it in 5 minutes. No problems with that. So, Kevin, please, you want to.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So, Quinton, please follow me up the stage. And then we're going to find the clicker. Oh, you have it already. No, it's
No,
here.
I don't.
Oh, wow. Okay, please. You're up and tell us all about the developments of Keychain.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm very, very happy to be here with you guys. As usual, it's nice to see so many known faces and some new ones. So let's get started with this. I will talk a little bit about new developments on Keychain, what we're working on right now, and how we want to help the ecosystem grow with what we're doing. So just to get started, a few numbers. We have over 100,000 installations that are weekly active right now. Of course, that's to take with a grain of salt. It's not the same as users or accounts, but that's the info we get. We have over 70 dApps on the Hive ecosystems that are integrate keychain and that transact with the Hive blockchain through us. Early last year, we started a swap service. We already have over 60,000 swaps for almost $3 million of value swapped between Hive HBD and Hive Engine tokens. Manu is, I think most of you guys know Manu. He's involved in a lot of projects. He's running our X and went quickly to over 5,000 followers. And we also run Keychain Store. I won't talk much about it, but I think it has some good synergy with what Starkers talked about and help stores basically running their store and accepting Hive and HBD. And we have 77 stores accepting it right now. A quick word about our team. So myself, Cedric over here, who's a full stack developer that's been working with me for a few years. Also a good friend. We're both in Taiwan. He's mostly working on EVM integration right now. I will talk a bit more about it later. We also have Carlo, also full stack developer. Manu, that I just mentioned. Matt is our advisor from Splinterlands, and a lot of other people that are helping us. The translators, I will give a shout out later as well. The Kitty girl helping us a lot on Discord, and a lot of others. Um, so to start with a few recent updates, we recently just revamped our landing page to make it easier to access all the small tools we have on top of the big apps on Keychain and make it easier for people to get onboarded. We also revamped the Keychain store to follow our Keychain branding. Something we launched a few weeks ago is an account recovery and key changer tool. So basically for people who got their keys stolen, and so they can find who their account recovery is and see if there's a way to actually recover it, because a lot of account creation systems set themselves as account recovery, but they cannot always um, do what it needs later on to recover the account. On the extension side, something we pushed, I think, a few months ago, and I think is really exciting, especially for these kind of events. Like maybe at some point you will use a computer that is not yours, so it's a bit unsafe to directly put your keys. You can use keyless mode. So basically, you start a new keychain, and you don't put any key on it. You just scan the QR code to link to your phone through HiveOS, and then you sign everything on your phone. But you can use all the dApps on a computer. We implemented VSC support actually quite a while ago, but it's still in beta. We'll see with the, I should say, Magi now. But we need to see with them to push it to production soon. We made it easier also to export accounts between extension and mobile. And also very recently, I think last week, we pushed an update to actually swap Hive with other cryptos directly from the extension. On top of that, we translated the extension to 5 new languages. In German was Louis88, and in Indonesian, Maki, who are here somewhere. So thank you guys, and thanks to all the other translators as well. On mobile, also a lot of new things, a domain blacklist. We added Hive URI support, thanks also to Good Karma from SNC, following a request from Invenium to make it easier for games to actually use URIs with the Hive scheme to make requests to keychain and make it a better UX basically for the users to go in between the game app and keychain to sign. On top of that, because as probably a lot of you know, we had a lot of problem with Hive Engine. I think it was actually requested by Starkers, right? To switch automatically between Hive Engine RPC nodes, because recently it's a bit of a shit show, right? We also updated the design of our Android widgets. And something that a lot of people wanted for a long time is to make our browser look and feel more like most of modern browsers. So that's one of the things we worked the most on the app side these past few months. Recently, we published an update that probably looked like a small one, but was actually really huge. We made a very big refactor. What you probably noticed the most is now the biometrics flow. The biometrics login flow is smoother. But actually, there were a lot of changes, and that will help us later on being able to upgrade the versions much faster. So some of the small features that will be coming soon. We implement a contact list, both user and memo, so it can be easier to make transfers to exchanges without having to find a memo every time. We want to work on push notifications as well. So we already use PICD notifications. But right now it's just, you just pull the notifications at a given time. So we want to add it as a push notification. We also want to improve the existing portfolio mode that we have. A few days ago, I started talking with Madi Yari about his Hive creation system and maybe also integrate it to Hive. I think it's quite important to have many ways to create accounts. And a few more things. I would just mention gamification. I will not give many details right now, but we're thinking about ways to actually push users to try different things in the ecosystem, because if they come from more than one dApp, they're most likely to stay. All right, now we start talking a little bit on what we want to do and what we're doing right now to actually help the ecosystem grow. So first and foremost, as I mentioned, Cedric has been working now for a while on EVM. Something I often say is like, Hive shouldn't be an island. So if we want Hive to thrive, we need to connect to the broader ecosystem. So for this, we're working on first implementing a few of the most popular chains, launch an alpha, and after that, we want to integrate way more than that. So here are a few screenshots about where we are at the moment. So we already have most of the UI ready. As you can see, we can get all the basic stuff, the ERC20, the NFTs. Cannot see really well the history, connecting two pages, and also we pretty much finished implementing processing requests from dApps. So yeah. All right. So we're talking about ecosystem growth, but it's also very important that we hear and we stay in contact with all the dApps, and everybody is building on Hive. So here are just a few of the dApps and teams we've been in touch with recently, just to work together and help each other. So as I say, with VSC, we developed the integration on our side. We worked with Invenium and Essency together for the Hive URI integration. I talk to Starkers very often about how to help with their projects. HiveDex with Madiari and so on. And Manu also very often do some collaborations on X for marketing. So, okay, ecosystem growth. Of course, we need to, as I just mentioned, work together on Hive, but we also need some ways to bridge to the broader ecosystem. So something we just launched is actually a way to, so we don't have like direct on-ramp and off-ramp from Hive. So here is a way to swap from and to Hive to other cryptos, basically. So for now, we have two providers, but two more are coming. I didn't want to mention them before they were integrated, but actually it's pretty funny that I've known Joanne for a few years. And last week we were talking with Changeli to integrate them. And I just found out yesterday that she works for them. So um, Yeah, and after that, so for now, the way it works, it just compares different providers. Say you want to buy Hive with Bitcoin, and you will see which one offers you the best rate, and then you will be redirected to their website to finish the purchase. But later on, we'll do a full API integration, so you can do everything from keychain. There will be also other ways to bridge to the broader ecosystem. Like I'm really excited about what we talked about with the SPS DAO and the wrapped Hive. So there are a lot of things we can do later on. Okay, and to take this further, once we have EVM and we have ways to actually change Hive to other tokens, then it becomes easy to top up a crypto card. On top of that, because I forgot to mention it earlier in my presentation, one of the things we will integrate as well is the Hive debit card, because there's some pretty cool things we can do once it's in Keychain. Keychain automatically detects if you're using multisig. So actually you could use the Hive debit card with either multisig or even using 2FA with multisig. So there's a lot of things we can build together. And I'm looking forward to see this happening. Thank you.
Woohoo! Thank
Yeah.
you, Quinton. So please tell me, maybe I've asked you before, also during a brain fried session, where does your username Studkev come from, and why does it resemble Kevin? No,
Okay.
why it resembles Kevin? That's totally clear, right? Because it's Stud Kevin. So
Yeah.
where does it come from, please?
Okay. So before, for reasons I wouldn't go into, like some of my friends call me Stu for a while, and then I was at a party with some friends, and there was a drunk guy, and all night he was like, in French, "Tel pote de Kev," means, "Are you the friend of Kevin?" So actually, it does come from Kevin. And like all night, and then they call me Stu Kev. Yeah, but the Kev. Yeah, so it's from there. Yeah.
Okay, you have ever met the guy afterwards or not?
No, not even. I don't know who Kev is.
Okay. Thanks a lot for this updates. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
You're very welcome.
Looking forward to Hive light accounts via passkey. That
Yeah.
will be really epic.
Yeah, that's something.
Just
Like,
planting a seed here.
yeah. Also, of course, like we always have a general direction and some things we want to build, but we always make it a priority when there's some new developments within the ecosystem to integrate it if that's something we judge useful. So, and this will be for sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Welcome.
Oh. Cheers. Okay, guys, and that wraps up the plenary sessions for today. And also, we're slowly opening up the doors for tomorrow. So we have been using this app called Luma. It's like the new crypto, or it's not new. I'm an old-fashioned guy. I'm really old. I use Eventbrite. Or maybe Facebook to RSVP for my events. No, Luma. We've got a Luma sign up for tomorrow. 500 plus people attending. I'm already getting a little bit afraid for that. I actually need to sleep. I might need some fellow helpers on the stage to get us through it, because tomorrow you guys are all Hive ambassadors, and you will need to tell people whenever they ask about your favorite blockchain that it is Steam. Oh no, sorry. That was paid for advertising by Ned's Hair. No, so that's tomorrow, but I already invited folks to come and join us. We're gonna have a little break now, and then we're gonna make use of the immersiveness here and have a AV performance by actually the creator of what you've been seeing as a backdrop today, right? So I told you in the morning, it's a LiDAR scan of the jungle and then reinterpreted by gazillions of graphical cards. So we'll have a little break. There is some food on the table. Some refreshers have been brought at the bar. We're going to set up the stage, and then we'll be back in 20 minutes for a 30-minute audiovisual performance. So stay tuned.
Check, check my answer. Uh, can try synthesizer. Check my answer. Okay. The second DJ. Try second DJ. Paris. So dia try DJ tu. Satu.
Yes, yes, yes. Olaf's already put on some rain accompanying tunes. Um, you thought it was already happening, right? It's going to start soon, very soon now. Um, I want to hand over the mic actually to Olaf. I met Olaf. I met. I studied in 2020 hotel school The Hague, and what you do in the hotel school at the last year is going on an internship. And what you would do normally is going to school, but applied for a job at an arts festival, which is called 2 Days Art. And this is how I actually worked for Olaf, whom I met, as I said, 25 years ago. I've been working for a couple of years with him, and then our paths separated. I've built mobile apps and then dove into blockchain. Olaf has been organizing 2 Days Art for, I don't know, 15 years, and then started to explore the world around. And he lives in KL, and I didn't know. And then he found out that we were organizing this. He reached out, and this is how we are reunited. So this is Olaf, 2 Days Art, all the way from The Hague. Cheers. The mic is yours.
You say internship. I would say you were a warrior. Welcome to KL, Roland. Woohoo! Okay, before we continue, indeed, I live in this beautiful city. Uh, and since I came here, I started digging in the scene. Like, wow, this beautiful sound behind us. I hope you can still hear me. But while digging into the scene, I met incredible talent in media art, in music. And when Roland said, I'm coming here with HiveFest, he asked me to curate an audiovisual performance here at Rex. So for tonight, I'm very proud to announce to you, Vasflow, very young artist, amazingly talented. And on this side, Ankasa, part of modular synthesizer Malay. A lot of cables here on stage. Guys, the floor is yours.